You are looking at the score sheet of Nicholas Sharp. That strike in the 9th frame pretty much guaranteed him an 800 series, assuming he gets a mark here in the 10th. He's up in the 10th frame right now. And there's the mark he needed to give him that 800 series. You look closely at his score sheet, you can see he had 535 through the first 2 games, after games of 257 and 278. He's now working on a possible 300 for an 835 series. But he needs 2 more strikes to get there. This his 3rd and final game of the 3-game qualifier at the Prodigy Bowlers Tour Tournament of Champions. There's the front 11. No one is anywhere near Nick. He's going to be the tournament leader in the scratch division, far and away. It's just a matter now of, can he shoot 300? It would be his 2nd ever 300 game, and finish with an 835. It'll be his first 800 series. What a way to get the Prodigy TOC underway. Taking a deep breath to gather himself. This for 300 and an 835. Nick Sharp will be your tournament leader in the scratch division today at the Prodigy TOC. Now in its 10th season, it's Prodigy Bowlers Tour, celebrating junior bowling and elevating junior bowlers. Today, episode 217, the 2026 Prodigy Bowlers Tour Tournament of Champions. All champions from the 11 Kansas City Open tournaments contested this season, and the top 20 from the KCO Division I point list were invited to compete today in the final Prodigy Bowlers Tour event of the season. The field is divided into 2 divisions, handicap and scratch, with each player's final KCO average of the season determining their division. Because we were a little short of players in the scratch division, we gave the option to the handicap players with handicaps of 5 pins or less to bowl with the scratch group if they wanted to. Totally their option, and some did choose it. We'll crown 1 champion in the handicap division, 1 champion in the scratch division, and the 2 will meet in the final showdown for the winner's share of the Smart Scholarship prize money, and will receive the prize they've all been eyeing all season, the coveted trophy pin. And there it is in all its glory, with some of the signatures that have been scrawled on it this season visible. But that's not the only award we'll be handing out today. The winner of the handicap division will receive the Hunter Moffitt Award, and the winner of the scratch division will receive the Charles Bostic Award. Now, as any longtime Prodigy head can tell you, Hunter and Charlie are 2 of Prodigy's original stars. Hunter is Prodigy's all-time winningest player with 19 titles and a recent inductee into the Georgia State USBC Youth Hall of Honor. And Charles Bostic, well, he would win the very first coveted trophy pin back in 2017 and would go on to become a collegiate national champion at Weber International University in Florida. But before we get to the competition in the 2 divisions today, We first have some business to tend to. The big reveal of the winner of the 2025-26 PBAA Player of the Year Award. And I can tell you that the judges were unanimous in their selection.
When I first moved back home to the Kansas City area 4.5 years ago, and started covering the KCO on this funny little show on YouTube, Prodigy Bowlers Tour, we had never named a Player of the Year when we were in Georgia. We just figured whoever won this thing was the Player of the Year, but it occurred to me that there's a lot of players who have great years, and somebody ought to be recognized whether they win this or not. And so we started naming a Player of the Year. In 2023, that player was Nolan Nash. In 2024, the judges were deadlocked, and we named 3 winners. They were Nolan Nash, Rhett Ryman, and Caden White. And then last year, Caden White was the winner. This year, we had another close race. We had 3 players who won twice during the season in Division I, and one of them also bowled a 300 on the show, Layla Gonzalez. Caleb Conroe had a heck of a season. He made several stepladder finals. But the third player kind of separated himself from everybody else. He not only won twice, he also finished second once. He had 3 third-place finishes, a 5th, and ironically, his 2 lowest finishes, which were 8th, were at his 2 home houses. Our Player of the Year, in case you haven't figured it out, is Eli Klinkman. Come get your award, Eli. He won this tournament a year ago, so he's the defending champion today. And then he came right back and won the first tournament of the KCO season in September. And then he had a heck of a season getting close all year long. And then he won the KCO Invitational earlier this month. So what kind of a year did you think it was?
I'll say.
He's got a smile for the camera.
Yep. Pretty successful. You know, first and last win. I'll take it.
You're going to Junior Gold, right?
Yep.
So this will be his, I guess, next to the last youth bowling tournament today, and then he'll go to Junior Gold, but he's aging out this summer, and we're really losing a good one with Eli. Congratulations, buddy. Well deserved.
We'll bring you the action in the handicap division first, and then we'll turn our attention to the scratch division. In all, we had 22 contestants compete in the handicap division today. Here are the players who did not advance. Just missing out by 10 pins of being in the wild card round was Walter Davis Jr. That 192 sandwiched in the middle of his series did a lot to put him in contention, but somewhere along the way he just needed one more mark. In 12th was Jackson Allen. Cameron Watson, he of the backup ball, and Brogan Knoll tied for 13th. Kendall Cochran was steady all day, it just wasn't quite enough. Diesel Smith, who won at Lunar Bowl in the only KCO he entered all season, finished 16th. And that 227 opening salvo was a nice way to start, but he kind of went out with a whimper at the end. Our buddy Connor Boob finished 17th. There's Michael Morgan in 18th. Henry Spooner, who I know was expecting a better showing, finished 19th. And there you see the rest of the handicap division field. Now, those are the players who did not advance. Here are the players who did advance to the wild card round. Remember, At the Prodigy Toc, players 5 through 10 coming out of qualifying advance to the wild card round, where the sole survivor takes the 5th spot in the stepladder finals. We'll let you know who's in the stepladder after we watch these 6 players battle it out in the wild card round. Qualifying in 10th place was Caleb Standridge. He won the KCO Division II title on Prodigy back in November when we were at Royal Crest Lanes in Lawrence. Qualifying 9th is Mason Meyer. She bowls league here at Olathe Lanes East. She won twice this year, once in November in Division III and again at the KCO Invitational earlier this month. In 8th place is Gianna Garcia, another one of our league bowlers here at Olathe Lanes East. She won the Division II title at the December Adult Youth Doubles Tournament. 2 players tied for 6th. Phoenix Kearns took the Division V title when we were at Summit Lanes in April. And also in 6th is Noah Dupre. He took the Division II title in May when we went to Lunar Bowl, although you probably remember his younger sister, Mei Lin, when she charmed us in the periphery with that big bow in her hair. And the 5th place qualifier is Connor James. Connor won his Division IV title on Prodigy when we bowled in the dark at Summit Lanes. One of these 6 players is going to emerge as the sole survivor of the wildcard round and will advance to the Handicap Division Stepladder Finals as the 5 seed, right after this. In 2016, when Prodigy Bowlers Tour was first launched, the kids on the show were just bowling for bragging rights. But a viewer of the show, Amanda Mayer, left a comment on one of the videos saying if there were an actual prize they were bowling for, you might get more kids to enter. And with that, the coveted trophy pin was born. On each show, the winner would sign the coveted trophy pin, and that tradition has continued until today. At the end of each season, we hold the Prodigy Bowlers Tour Tournament of Champions, or Prodigy TOC for short, and the winner claims the pin as their own. Early on in the show's history, some of our winners opted to give the pin away, but in recent years, the victors have figured, if the coveted trophy pin is all that coveted, then why wouldn't I want to keep it? I wouldn't argue with them, and so they have kept it. There were a couple of years in there during the pandemic where we didn't award a coveted trophy pin. But here's the list of winners through the years. Charles Bostic in 2017, Peyton Smith in 2018, Nick Dissinger in 2019. Production of the show was suspended in 2020 due to the pandemic, so the 2019-2020 coveted trophy pin was orphaned mid-season. But just before I moved back to Kansas City from Atlanta in late 2021, we gave that final Atlanta coveted trophy pin to the winner of the Farewell Atlanta episode of the show, and that pin went to Hunter Moffett. In 2022, we shot and released our first Kansas City-based episode, the 2022 KCO Invitational, but there was no coveted trophy pin. Then, in the fall of 2022, when we started covering the KCO each month, a new coveted trophy pin was put in play, and in 2023, it was won by P.J. Dokalis. In 2024, Rhett Ryman was the first to break tradition and keep the coveted trophy pin when he won it. And in 2025, Eli Clinklin claimed the Prodigy TOC title, and along with it, the coveted trophy pin. Once again this season, all the winners at all the KCO tournaments throughout the current season are qualified to bowl in the 2026 Prodigy TOC, where the current coveted trophy pin will be claimed by the next Prodigy TOC winner. The quest to win the coveted trophy pin begins in the handicap division wildcard round. We see the competitors shaking hands to get things started. We'll quickly go over the rules with you. All 6 players will roll 1 ball on the left lane. The player with the low pinfall is eliminated. We bowl this scratch because there's really no good way to handicap it. And we will repeat the process each frame until we winnow the field down to 1 sole survivor who will get the 5th spot in the stepladder finals. Leading off is Connor James. Oh, and he lets it get away. And that's a 5 count. A 5 count. Oh, dear. Well, it might hold up, but I wouldn't bet the farm on it. You hate to see that. Well, the good news in the wild card round is you don't have to have the high pinfall. You just have to avoid having the low pinfall. Noah Dupre. And he's thin in the pocket, but gets 7, so that's good enough to send him on to frame 2. 5 is the number to beat. Next up, Phoenix Kearns. And he gets a Brooklyn strike, and strikes are almost always good enough to send you through. So good on him. Next up, Gianna Garcia. Some of these players you're not familiar with on Prodigy Bowlers Tour. They won a KCO in the periphery and have not appeared on the show itself in the featured division. But we know Gianna. She bowls league here at Olathe Lanes East. And there's a strike. So she's safely on to frame 2. Another Olathe Lanes East bowler is Mason Meyer, the rare combination female who bowls two-handed. And she's pretty doggone good at it for having not bowled all that long. And stuffs one in the pocket and gets 9. That'll send her to frame 2. Next up is Caleb Standridge. Caleb won on Prodigy in Division 2 back in November when we were at Royal Crest Lanes in Lawrence. And he's wide with that toss, gets 6. And that's barely good enough. And I'm afraid Connor James, his first toss to open this wild card round is his last. So Connor, who made it into the field on the strength of his win on Prodigy back when we were bowling in the dark at Summit Lanes in April, he's done for the day. And now Noah Dupre will lead off frame 2. And boy, I tell you what, that's a good ball right there. Mark that as a strike. And Noah will sit down and wait to see what Phoenix Kearns can do. And Phoenix gets a Brooklyn. So they're both safe with strikes, at least for now. Now, if everybody throws a strike, we'll have a roll-off with everybody in it until we eliminate one. And now it's Gianna Garcia. That's a good shot. leaves the 10 pin, so mark her down for 9. And now we watch Mason Meyer. 9 is the number you've got to at least match to get into a roll-off, or beat to be safe. Well, there's 9. And now Caleb Standridge knows his assignment. 9 for a roll-off, a strike to move on to frame 3. 8, and he'll be the odd man out. But he gets a strike, so it's the 2 girls who are moving on to a roll-off now. Everybody else is safe. They will watch as Gianna and Mason go at it until one of them is eliminated. Gianna crosses over, gets them all to go. And as I've said so many times before, it's not how, it's how many. Mason needs a strike to stay in it and continue the roll-off. Anything less, and she's done. Oh, just a little high. She leaves the 9. That's a 9 count, and Mason Meyer's day is done. So we have eliminated 2 now, and we will move back to the left lane to frame 3. Noah Dupre, you're leading off. They're bowling in the order they finished: 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th. Actually, Noah and Phoenix tied for 6th in qualifying. We broke the tie with their high game. Didn't really matter. It just set the order for the wild card round. Noah with a strike. And now Phoenix Kearns. And I tell you what, he's liking that Brooklyn side. There's another strike over there. That's 3 in a row. And now Gianna Garcia. Pretty good shot. Leaves one, so mark her down for 9. And we'll see what happens. Caleb Standridge in position that he can punch his ticket to the 4th frame with a strike. If he gets 9, he's in a roll-off. 8 or less, and he's done. Oh, that 7 goes out late, and it saves him. So he is in a roll-off with Gianna. Gianna just went through a roll-off with Mason Meyer, so she's familiar with how this is going to work. Noah and Phoenix are both safe and will be bowling in the 4th frame. Boy, that's a real good shot. Not rewarded. Gets 9, and once again, Caleb in the same situation he was in on his first ball here in the 3rd frame. A strike to advance. 9 will continue the roll-off. And a stubborn 7-pin means the roll-off continues. You know, whenever we've done this single ball elimination format, I'll invariably find one of the players come up to me and say, "I've never been so nervous." Gianna with another good shot and another 9 count. So the door remains open for Caleb. A strike and he can put an end to this and move on. But instead he hits light. Might have left more than one, but breaks it down to a 1-pin leave. That's 9, and we remain tied. So Gianna and Caleb will go to a third sudden death roll-off ball. This will raise the tension level in the room. Boy, there's one for you. Gianna finally gets them all to go, and now the pressure is really on Caleb Standridge. Must strike to continue. Oh, it looked like a little double dribble when he let it go. But it stayed right on line and found the pocket, and the two players match strike for strike, and we're still in a roll-off. Who will be the first to blink? All right, Gianna Garcia. She stuffs another one. That is some pressure bowling, I tell you what. Once again, it's strike or go home. Caleb Standridge needs this one to stay in it. Oh, and a ringing 10 brings the curtain down on his day. But it was an exciting one. And now we have eliminated 3, and 3 remain. Noah Dupre, Phoenix Kearns, and Gianna Garcia. One of them will get the 5th spot in the stepladder. Who's it gonna be? First to go in frame 4 is Noah Dupre. And I tell you what, after the first frame where he looked a little shaky, he's been rock solid ever since. Nothing but strikes. And now Phoenix Kearns, who's made friends with the Brooklyn side, needs another good one. But that one goes high, and he gets just 7, and this could be trouble. Gianna Garcia, 8 or more, and she's moving on to frame 5. Well, there's 9, and that'll get it done. So Phoenix Kearns is the next to take an exit ramp. And now the field has been winnowed to just 2 players. One more will be eliminated. Noah Dupre or Gianna Garcia is going to occupy the 5th spot in the stepladder in the handicap division. Who's it going to be? There's another good shot. by Noah Dupre. So Gianna Garcia, she's proven herself capable of rising to the moment. She needs a strike right here to force this into a roll-off. Oh, it goes through the nose. It's a 6 count. And guess what? It's Noah Dupre who takes the 5th spot in the stepladder finals. He is the sole survivor in the wild card round. And now things really start to heat up. You'll meet the top 4 players in the stepladder when we return after this.
In the afternoon, when things slow down, when you're wondering what to do, let's go! Go bowling! Nothing brings people together or makes friends so fast as bowling. So call a friend. Bowl Brunswick tomorrow.
So here's a quick recap on how the handicap division wildcard round went down. Connor James was the first to exit when his first ball in the wildcard round resulted in a 5 count. Then in the second frame, Gianna Garcia and Mason Meyer went to a roll-off where Mason Meyer's 9 count wasn't enough, which ended her day. In frame 3, Gianna Garcia and Caleb Standridge had a marathon roll-off. Each player started with a 9 count, then each one matched the other with 2 more 9 counts before both players made a strike. And on their 5th try in the frame, Gianna struck and Caleb left a ringing 10-pin, and that was that for Caleb. Phoenix Kearns was next to bow out in the 4th frame with a 7 count. And that left just 2 players, Noah Dupre and Gianna Garcia. Noah kept his string of strikes going, and Gianna pulled one through the nose and got 6. So Noah Dupre is the sole survivor of the wild card round in the handicap division and will advance to the stepladder finals. So we enter the championship round stepladder finals in the handicap division at the Prodigy Toc. Now it's time you meet the 5 finalists. You saw Noah Dupre claim the 5th spot in the stepladder. He'll face the number 4 qualifier, Shane Wood of Kearney, Missouri. The winner of that opening match will challenge the 3 seed, Nick Grissom of Kansas City, Kansas. That winner will face the player who qualified 2nd, Logan Sparks of Auburn, Kansas. And the winner of that match will bowl against our tournament leader, Lovey Cosby of Chanute, Kansas. One of these 5 athletes will claim the Hunter Moffitt Award and will advance to the final showdown with a chance to win the coveted trophy pin. Starting right now on Prodigy Bowlers Tour. And there you see the pairing. Noah Dupre of Lansing, Kansas, up near Leavenworth, and Shane Wood of Kearney, Missouri, northeast of Kansas City. He bowls at Tiger Bowl, where we see a number of players from that neck of the woods bowl their leagues. Shane is 11. Noah is 17. And here we go. Hooking sharply at the end through the nose, and Shane is left with the 3-6-10. He'll move to the left side of the approach and try to go straight at it. Well, he's got a little backup ball he's working on. Hasn't quite got it perfected yet. Now you see, Shane is getting 52 pins of handicap. He got 7 out in the first frame, so that 7 plus 52 is how we arrive at 59 in the first. And now Noah Dupre, who we saw come through the wild card round. And he begins with a nice commercial shot, leaving the 10 pin. Noah got into the field by winning the May point tournament this year. Uh-oh. Runs past the 10 pin and starts with an open frame. So once again, his 10 pins added to his 9 out in the first. And that's how we get to 19 in the first for him. And now all the handicap is added into their scores, so you don't have to do any math in your head. There you go. That's what he's looking for. Stuffs that one right in the pocket. And now Shane Wood would like to replicate that feat. But his ball drifts high, so he's left with the 3 pin. This young fellow started bowling at the age of 7. There's that backup ball again. And he got it to work perfectly that time. Now Shane will start middle school this fall. Look out. Oh, that ended up pretty good. It looked like it was heading right for the drink, but it hooked sharply at the end and leaves just the 4. Oh, and he overhooked it. So another open frame. Never like to see those. And now Noah Dupre working on a strike. Pretty good ball there. Just a pinch high, leaves the 4. He looks to be in really nice balance when he lets it go. He told me he's been practicing a lot lately. And his parents said he was really excited about bowling in the Prodigy Toc today. He's been talking about it for a while. There's a spare. Noah is 17, only been bowling about a year and a half. He started when he was, well, he says 15 and a half. His high game, a 288. High series, 779. And another one, just planted. Never a doubt about that one, man. 5-step approach. Pretty big first couple of steps. Nice slide over about 12 at the arrows. Kind of pointed it up over about 10 or 11. And Shane is just having a hard time keeping that ball to the right of the head pin. Looked like he might have stuck at the line that time as well. But an easy spare, just the 5. And he covers it. Well, Shane Wood says he wants to be an architect or an engineer someday, as we see him slip on one of those slippers that goes over your slide shoe to allow you to slide a little easier. There you go. There's a nice smooth slide. Once again goes Brooklyn, though. Leaves the 6. Says he got started bowling when his mom asked him if he'd like to try a league. So he did. Now that backup ball is a little hit and miss right now. I think he's probably just recently added it to his game, and it's failed him a couple of times this game, but he'll get better at it. Now Noah with a strike working. And obviously that right lane is hooking a little more than the left lane. That one would have knocked down tree trunks. Watch this. Over about 10 at the arrows. This one out to about 8. Down they go. That was 10 in the pit, baby. All right, he can take the lead with a strike here in the 6th. And there it is. This time he got the ball to hook a little bit on the left lane. It had been going pretty straight for him on this lane. Bellied it out to the right just a little. Had a nice little finish on it. All right, Shane. Whoa! Did that thing ever turn its left turn blinker on? And wow. Here's the 1-3-6. This is made by putting the ball right where you meant to put the first ball. Right there in the 1-3 pocket. Now we got us a match. Just 4 pins separating these two. Oh, there you go. That's what he's looking for. Look at this. He's going to feather that ball out to the right a little bit. I think he changed balls. Moved left a little bit with his feet. And now here it comes. And that thing just shredded the rack. Sent that 5-pin over into the 7. See you later, pins. Oh, man. Noah Dupre was looking at the big 4. But watch this, the 6 and 10 will go out late. And instead of the big 4, he's just got the little 2, the 4 and 7. He can handle that. Nothing to it. And that enables him to maintain the lead, at least for the time being. Oh, he got the light shaker to go this time. Here's his footwork. 5-step approach. Little crossover step. See that nice slide? Foot perpendicular to the foul line. He checks all the boxes. Somebody's coaching him up. Well, that was a pretty good ball by Shane. It was just a touch too wide. But he leaves the 2-pin, and I would expect he ought to be able to make this one. No problem. Shane says his best moment in bowling came when he bowled his first ever 200, which was a 211. Well, that ball he was throwing earlier would have come back from that position, but this ball does not. And he's left with what we once called the clothesline, the 1, 2, 4, 7. He goes with a backup ball. And that is not the way I would have recommended shooting it, but I tell you what, when you're throwing a lighter weight ball, maybe that is the smart play. A lighter weight ball, if you throw a right to left hook at it, you can actually deflect around the 7. So maybe that backup ball was a smart play. Anyway, it was a spare. And once again, Noah Dupre tempting fate with a ball that creeps a little high. Could have had a split there, but he's left with just the 4-7 once again. Must be living right. Easy peasy. But now these two enter the 10th frame, separated by just 6 pins. So this is anybody's ball game. I love it when it comes down to who can perform in the 10th. Oh man, he gave that one a little more room to the right. It read the friction out on the outside of the lane. Came hooking back nicely. Tips out the 10-pin like a boss. And Noah is in business. See how he started that thing on a left to right trajectory. Read the friction, came back. The 6-pin taps out the 10. And now he can really put Shane in a world of hurt with another strike here. But he fell off balance at the end. That's something we don't see Noah do very often. He might have slipped at the foul line, not sure, but he's left with the 6-10, so the door is open for Shane Wood. Noah converts the 6-10, finishes with a 217. The situation is this. Shane Wood can win this match, but he's going to need a double. A strike on his first ball, a strike on his second ball, and then good count. But he must strike on this ball. Oh, he made a good pass at it, too. But just couldn't get the 7 to go on a shaker. So it's going to be Noah Dupre moving on. The best Shane can get is 210. And that one is going to go wanting in the channel, and it's a 199 finish for Shane Wood. A respectable showing, but not quite enough, as it's Noah Dupre who's moving on to match 2. He'll face our number 3 qualifier, Nicholas Grissom, when we return.
These days, popular teenagers all over the country are finding fun and good companionship in America's most wholesome game. It's the new rock and roll. Roll means bowl. All the fellas and gals are out bowling.
Rock and rolling means bowling.
Bowling means Brunswick.
Every guy and gal should know the name.
Brunswick.
So join the kids and start in bowling.
It's the newest rock and rolling. America's swinging this teenage game, and Brunswick is the name that makes the game. America's swinging this teenage game, and Brunswick is the name that makes the game.
Earlier on the show, you saw the qualifying scores among the players who didn't advance past qualifying and the 6 who made it into the wild card round. Here's how the top 4 secured their guaranteed spots in the stepladder. The top 4 was comprised of players with handicaps high and low, with Shane Wood and his 52 pins of handicap getting into the top 4, right along with Lovey Cosby and her 22 pins. Not to mention Logan Sparks and Nick Grissom, who each were in that group of players getting handicap of 5 pins or less that we extended the option to move up and bowl scratch if they wanted. But Logan and Nick said, nope, I'm good right here. And so they were. Logan exploded out of the gate with a 265 to start his set, and then followed it up with a 207. But it was Lovey Cosby who showed the most consistency throughout the qualifying round, and that's what gave her a 5-pin edge over Logan Sparks for the lead. But nobody in the field had more supporters in the gallery rooting them on than Nick Grissom. If moral support counts for anything in the outcome, he'll be a tough opponent in our next match. But as far as that opening match goes, when Shane Wood watches this show, I hope he notices that he could have won the match even without a strike in the 10th frame, if only he'd made a couple of single-pin spares that he let get away early on. There's not a bowling coach in the world that doesn't stress the importance of spares, and seldom will you see their importance illustrated so vividly than in that last match. But as Shane grows, he's going to get better, and I just hope he works on improving his spare game as much as he does his strike ball. But it's Noah Dupre who just took advantage of being the sole survivor of the wild card round to win his first match in the stepladder finals. And now he's moving on to match 2, where he'll face our number 3 qualifier, Nick Grissom, and his army of supporters who are here rooting him on. That's not to say that Noah doesn't have supporters here as well. It's just that Nick not only has his family, but he seems to have his extended family and most of his neighborhood as well. But in any case, here we go. Noah's getting 10 pins of handicap. Nick is getting 2. Now, I think Noah has figured out that left lane. So look out for him. And now, Nicholas Grissom. Neither one of these players has ever appeared on Prodigy Bowlers Tour before. And I'll be honest with you, I haven't really had much of an opportunity to watch either one bowl at the KCO. So this will be a first for me as well. Pretty good shot to start. Just a little high, leaves the 6-pin. Nicholas's favorite pro bowler is Packy. We get that a lot here in the Midwest. Packy Hanrahan from Wichita, Kansas. Nick bowls at Park Lanes. We don't get a lot of kids at the KCO from Park Lanes. They don't really have a super strong youth program there, but that's where he bowls. And he's learned pretty well, I'd say. This kid has a 300 to his credit and a 728 for a high series. He won his way into the Prodigy Bowlers Tour Tournament of Champions field by winning the October point tournament in 2025 when we were at Gladstone last fall, and he was in Division 3. That's how you rip the rack right there. Good shot. Spare strike to start would give him 20 in the first. We've added his 2 pins of handicap, so that's how you get 22 in the first. And now Noah working on a strike. Yikes. Well, he got that one out to the right. It read the friction early and started hooking early. And now he's paid the price with the Greek Church. The 4-6, 7-9, 10. 2 ways to shoot it. You either go for the 3 if you're looking to just take the count. I always say if you gotta make it, go for the 2 on the left. You have more ways of making it that way. But the trade-off is you're likely to get less count if you miss it. Oh, look at this. He almost made it the conventional way. Great shot. Heck, that's worth a second look. Watch. 6-pin bounces forward off the 9 into the 7. You need a little more speed when you shoot it that way because you've really got to bounce it off the left wall to come back and get the 4. But that was close. And he comes right back and covers his mistake with a strike in the 3rd, and that's what you like to see. A player who will shake it off, come right back with a strong recovery. You can't throw it any better than that. All right, Nick Grissom with a strike up, leading by 4, can extend the lead to 14 with another strike here. But he crosses over, nearly got a Brooklyn, but that 10-pin remains. This is spare he shouldn't have much struggle with. It's his stepdad that got him started bowling. Nick says his best moment in the sport came when he bowled his first 300 game. I don't know how many he has. There's a spare. Well, this kid is 15 years old, so we're going to have him around for a while longer. If he can get his average up into the 200s, which I suspect he will do, We'll see him on the Division I shows here pretty soon. I think he can motor up that chart rather quickly with the game he's got. Sometimes when they're stuck in a lower division, the reason they don't progress, not because they don't have the physical game. I mean, you can plainly see with Nick, he's got the physical game, but he may just still be figuring out the whole how to play the lanes puzzle. But I know he will figure that out too. Look out. Hooks past the 6 and an unlikely chop there. And an open frame that hands the lead back to Noah Dupre, who gets a reprieve after that open he suffered in the second. Once again, he's working on a strike. This time, if he can put a double up, he'll increase his lead. And he plants one right in the hole. Man, that's how it's done. Watch this one again. He's got a really simple game, not a lot to go wrong. 10 back. Baby. Yeah, that one, not so much. Kind of sent that one out into the weeds. Could have been worse, though. Throw one out there, you're liable to leave most anything. As it is, he's got the 1, 2, 4, which is not a gimme, but it's not the hardest spare you can find. And he makes it look easy. So it's a 16-pin advantage for Noah Dupre. And now Nicholas Grissom will have to shake off what happened to him in the 4th frame. Get a little string of strikes going here. Says he wants to be an electrician when he grows up. He'll make some money if he does. Wow. Pretty good shot right there. Take a look at Nick's footwork. 6-step approach. Something we don't see every day. He's a planter, not a slider. Throws that one over about 11, out to about 6, and down they go. But now here's the important shot. Can he throw a double to cut into Noah's lead? He can reduce it to just 6 pins if he can label the pocket here. How about that one? How about that one? Noah knows it's game on now. Let's take a closer look at Nick's game. At the bottom of the swing, the ball right under his head, and you see how close his elbow is to his side. The ball is still right next to his side all through the swing. And at the bottom of the swing, the ball under his head or even a little to the right of it, right next to his ankle. Man, that is ideal all the way through. All right, Noah, he's coming for you. Pulled it. Oh, my. He pulled that one clear to Topeka. That was left of left. And now he's left the 5-10, a split we don't see very often, certainly from a right-hander. Here's how you make it. Put the ball on the left side of the 5, slide it across, He'll give it a go. But he misses left. Leaves both pins standing. So he hands the lead to Nicholas Grissom. And now, for the second time in this match, he will have to regroup. He did so well in the third frame, shaking off his misfortune, coming right back with a strike. He needs to do that again right here. Wow. He gave it plenty of room to the right, but as I mentioned, you throw it out there, you're liable to leave anything, and he has left a variation on the washout, the 1, 2, 7, 10. Here's how you make it. Put the ball on the left side of the 1 pin, drive it into the 10. The ball will get the 2, and if you hook it a little bit, it'll deflect all the way over into the 7. Looks like a firecracker going off when you make it. How about that? That was a great shot. Somebody called it right. Here it is again. Watch the head pin go right into the 10. He didn't need the wall or anything, and that ball drove right into the 2 and 7. Beautifully done. That keeps him in the match. But Nicholas can put some distance between himself and Noah with another strike. Oh, my. The dreaded 4 through the face. This has been made once on Prodigy, but it was a right-hander who left the reverse version of it. We've flipped the video around so you can see what it looks like for a lefty. Gilbert Kang. This is very rarely made. But he got it! What a shot! That was quite a shot. This could be a big turning point in the match. One way or the other. As it is, Nick goes from leading in the match. Now he trails by 14 because of all that lost count. So he gets the double whammy, an open and short count. Comes back with a nice commercial shot, but the shaker won't shake out the 10 for him. So he's got some work to do. This young fellow at the age of 15 is already an uncle of 2 boys. Ooh. Better be careful with those. But he got it. All right. Noah now with a 14-pin lead. Coming up in the 8th frame, working on a spare. And plants one. Noah says his favorite Pro Bowler is E.J. Tackett. E.J. would have been proud of that one. Although I think E.J. might have been standing a little farther left on the lane. Just a guess. A little higher rev rate, maybe. It's not how, it's how many. Well, and once again, Noah lets one get away from him on the left lane. No washout this time, but again, he's got the 1, 2, 4. We've seen this before. He made short work of it in the 5th frame. But I tell you what, you don't want to make a living shooting spares like this. Unless you can make them like that every time. I tell you what, he's shown me that he's a good spare shooter. But now Nick Grissom needs to show me that he can throw some strikes in the clutch. He is running out of frames and needs some strikes desperately right now. There's one. Man, that 10-pin almost stood there stubbornly, but he got it to go. Watch it again. I'm not sure what actually knocked the 10-pin over. Might have been the 6. Whatever it was, it did its job. Now he needs a double right here to make this a match. Once again, that 10-pin stubbornly refusing to go. And now his job just got a lot more difficult. The best he can do is 177. Noah can win without a mark. Well, now he can definitely win without a mark. Nick just handed it to him. He almost went by the 10-pin in the 8th frame. He just barely caught it as the ball was hooking into the gutter, but he missed it completely here, and now Noah just needs to stay behind the foul line, keep it on the lane. That'll do it. 9 count will get the job done, and then some. So this young man, not only is he a pretty good bowler, he's opportunistic. Remember, he came out of the wild card round as the number 6 qualifier. Got fairly short count in the first frame of the wild card round that might have knocked some players out if it weren't for Connor James getting a 5 count to start. And then the rest of the way, Noah just threw strikes in the wild card round. And now he's won the first 2 matches of the stepladder, and he's moving on to match 3. And looks pretty doggone comfortable out there. There's a 190 to 165 victory. And Noah Dupre is all of a sudden looking like a giant on the lanes. His next opponent, Logan Sparks, had a big game in qualifying and would love another one in this next match. To keep up with all things Prodigy year-round, join the Prodigy Bowlers Tour Facebook group. It's absolutely free, and you'll get behind-the-scenes info about the show and some of the players you see bowling on it. Plus, you'll get the occasional sneak peek at what's coming on future episodes, and you'll stay informed about where the next episode stands in the creation process. From any page on Facebook, type the words Prodigy Bowlers Tour into the search bar and hit enter. That'll take you to the page where you can submit a request to join the Prodigy Facebook group. You'll be presented with 3 simple screening questions. Be sure to answer them. If you don't, We'll assume the request to join the group is coming from a spam bot, and you'll be denied access. Nobody wants spam bots in the group. So just follow the simple directions and answer the 3 screening questions. And we'll see you on Facebook. It's a theme we see repeated again and again in the handicap division. Missed spares end up being very costly. Nick Grissom chopped an easy spare in the 4th frame and then had that horrendous split in the 7th. But you know, even with that, if he had thrown 3 strikes in the 10th, he'd have forced Noah to double in the 10th to beat him. But really, when Nick failed to strike in the 10th to at least force Noah to mark, that's when the match was decided. You leave the door wide open for a player like Noah Dupre, and you're usually going to lose. So, it's Noah Dupre, the sole survivor of the wild card round, who's now won 2 matches and is on to face the number 2 qualifier, Logan Sparks. If Logan can produce some magic like he did in his first 2 games of qualifying, he's going to be a tough out. Noah Dupre showed a couple of cracks that last match when he left 2 splits. But he's been terrifically resilient thus far. One of these 2 players will advance to face Levy Cosby for the Hunter Moffitt Award. And I told you that Logan Sparks had a big game in qualifying. He started the day with a 265. Just to say hello, everyone. And look at that ball. This kid can throw some strikes. I'm not even going to try and count the revs. But suffice to say, he can get it to turn over. All right, Noah, you might have your hands full this match. And he goes through the nose. Nearly had the baby split. The 10 goes out. 3-pin should be no problem. And he makes it look as easy as it is. Well, Noah Dupre says he wants to be a patrol officer when he grows up. Today, he's been patrolling the lanes. And he gets the light shaker to take out the 7. Watch this, the classic wall shot. He will hit light in the pocket, but watch the head pin, the one in front. It'll go to the left wall, come back and get the 4, knock it into the 5, and it also takes out the 7. All right, Logan. Wow. Tell you what, if this guy gets lined up, you better make sure all the furniture is bolted down to the floor. Watch this. Ball right below his head at the bottom of the swing, right behind his head at the top of the swing, and a little left of the head, close to the ankle, at the bottom of the swing. This is ideal. And he just rips them apart. That hand is right behind the ball. He doesn't go around the side of it. That's where all the power is. Oh, but sometimes, if you don't have control, it can go wild on you. Well, Tyrell Ingalls made this once on Prodigy when we were in Georgia. How about make it? That's how it's done right there. Tyrell now bowling on the PBA Tour. And I tell you what, Logan didn't miss it by much. But that is an open frame. And now Noah Dupre is in a familiar and comfortable position in the lead. And he gets another light shaker to go. Tell you what, this guy might be one of those players that finds all kinds of creative ways to strike. He doesn't throw a lot of ball. He's not a high rev player, but he keeps the ball in play most of the time. We've seen him throw a couple of wild ones so far today, but for the most part, he keeps it around the pocket, and those kind of players can sometimes be a really tough out. And he does it again. This time he blows the 5 over into the 4. That's something you don't see every day. Watch this. Watch the 5-pin. The 4 is just going to stand there like, I'm not involved. But the 5 says, yeah, you're dancing with me. Let's go. All right, Logan down by 35. He's only made one mistake. Comes in thin. Doesn't get that shaker action like Noah. Leaves the 2. Covers it. Well, in addition to that 265 he had in qualifying, Logan also shot 207 and then 169 his third game. So he's kind of trending in the wrong direction, but he's hoping to right the ship here, finish strong. But that goes through the nose, and once again he is left with an uncomfortable little spare. The 310 baby split. You want to fit the ball right between them. Just like that. Well done. Watch this. He goes with his spare ball, so it's not going to hook much. Takes the lane out of play and just goes straight at the spot. Perfectly executed. All right, Noah with a double up. And this time he leaves the 10, so his string is snapped. He's been money on these 10 pins most of the day anyway. I think he missed his first one, but he's made all the rest of them. I'd like to see him stand a little bit farther to the left to shoot him. But he goes straight at it and makes it without any muss or fuss. Low stress spare shooting. That's what I like. Hold it. Oh boy. And he is going to pay the price. The 4-9. Well, it can be made. If you put the ball over on the very left edge of the 4-pin, you can slide it over into the 9. And he gave it a go. But that's an open frame. That'll tighten this match a little. Noah still holds a 23-pin edge. And Logan hasn't had a sniff of strike territory since the second frame. He needs to uncork a few. There's one. And he's like, where has that been? Well, This guy is 16. He actually turned 17 at the end of the month here in July. And when asked what he wants to be when he grows up, he says, the next Mookie Betts. Why not? Yikes. He's just hot and cold. Just like his scores in qualifying. Hot and cold. Tell you what, when you've got as much of a strike ball as he does, if you can just keep the ball in play, you're almost impossible to beat. But when you're spraying it, you just don't know what you're going to get. And that's another open, and now Noah's lead is 35. Ten-pin. A familiar lead for this young fellow. He is actually a natural lefty. He signs everything left-handed, but he bowls right-handed. And another covered 10-pin. Makes it look easy. He just doesn't seem to let anything bother him on the lanes. You gotta like that. And this time he gets the 10-pin to go. Got the little love tap from the 6. Watch it again. Pay attention to the 6-pin, the second one from the right. It'll fall off into the channel and then just lean into the 10-pin just enough to send it back to the pit. All right, Logan, it's now or never. Well, he sure makes the pins dance, but he's just not quite where he needs to be. 8-pin. Oh dear, you can't be missing those. Well, the best he can do now is 190. Noah can finish with 2 open frames and still win if he gets enough count. Well, that was just an anger ball there. Logan just went with the high, hard one. No mystery to how this ball works. Straight at the hole. He's not a happy camper. There's a good strike. Noah increases his lead to 56 pins, and, well, this match is all over but the shouting. Just seems like the longer he stays out on the lanes, the more confident Noah becomes. Kind of pulled that one, but it's not going to matter. He's already got this game put away. He is going to be bowling in the championship match against Lovey Cosby. Gotta like his spare game. Think he's going to go to the bag. Let's see what kind of options he has. Maybe try a different ball here. See what kind of reaction he gets, just in case he needs something different in the next match. I don't think that's the one you want. But it's a 220, and that'll get him through, as Logan Sparks is going to end the day confused. But this kid is an all-around good athlete. He also plays baseball and football. He shot 300 in tryouts for high school. Goes with the big hook at the 2-5. Not the way I would recommend shooting that spare, but he gets away with it. He got into the field by winning a Division III title at the 2026 KCO February Point Tournament. There's a strike to finish. So Logan Sparks finishes with a 170. A disappointing performance in the stepladder, but a good day overall. But it's Noah Dupre who's moving on. He'll face Lovey Cosby next.
Put me next to her.
What size do you need?
Well, I got my own shoes. I'm just here for a trophy. Wife.
You know why you're gonna date me? I do. Because I'm a winner.
I've already met my winner on farmersonly.com.
You don't have to be lonely at farmersonly.com.
So that's the third time in a while.
Live it up, go bowling. Live it up, wrap it up, join the fun.
Is life passing you by? Get rolling. Go bowling. Shape up, slim down, wind up to wind down. There's room on weekends, also daytimes during the week. So live it up. Go bowling. Start this weekend.
Three open frames by Logan Sparks really put him behind the 8 ball. But in our first time getting to see Logan on the show, you have to be impressed with his strike ball. Once he learns to control it, he's going to be a handful for anyone who has to face him. But on this occasion, Noah Dupre had more than enough to get past that match. And now he's on to the Handicap Division Championship match, where he'll face Lovey Cosby. Lovey's been on Prodigy a time or two before, but she's looking for her first win. She'll never have a better chance than today. One of these two young bowlers is going to face the Scratch Division winner in the final showdown for the prize they've all been eyeing all season long, the coveted trophy pin. Lovey Cosby, being the higher qualifier, had the option. She says she wants to finish first. So Noah, you're going to lead off. And a familiar leave for Noah today. He's seen his share of 10 pins the first 3 matches. And he's made almost every one. I think he missed the first one. No problem there. And now Lovey Cosby, who got started bowling on account of her dad being a bowler and encouraged her. They live down in Chanute, Kansas, which is down in the southeastern corner of the state. She's been bowling since she was 6. Looks like she got stuck at the line a little bit that time. Leaves the 4. And make short work of it. Lovey has won her share of bowling tournaments. She's won state. That would be Kansas high school bowling. She's won some KCOs. And she's won an HOA, the Heart of America Junior Classic. And she crosses over and gets a Brooklyn. Not her best effort, but it's going to go up on the board as an X. And we've added her 22 pins into her score. So that's how we got to 42 in the first. Noah a little wide with that one. And it didn't quite make it back. So spare 9 gives him 19. We add the 10 handicap pins in to get to 29, and we have accounted for all the handicap. You won't need to add anything else the rest of the way. Easy spare, and he makes it look easy. Well, Noah says his best moment in bowling came when he finished top 5 in regionals. I'm assuming he's talking about high school state regionals. Uh-oh. Well, that ball started reading early. The 3, 6, 7, 10. We showed you Tyrell Ingalls making this split a few years ago on Prodigy. Put the ball over on the right side of the 3. Slide it over into the 7. The ball will get the 6 and 10. He gets too much of the 3 and leaves the 7, 10. So an open frame, and Lovey opens up a 29-pin lead and has a strike working as she gets up in the 3rd. There's a high hit. That could have been a split. But just the 3, 6, 10. Obviously easier than what Noah faced. He had the 3, 6, 7, 10. And Lovey converts her spare. She says she wants to be a pro bowler someday. She says her best moment in bowling is when she won high school state as a freshman. Gave that one a little more room, and it read the lane perfectly. So she has thrown 2 shots on the left lane and struck both times in 2 decidedly different ways. First one was a Brooklyn. This one right in the pocket. That's how it's done. All right, Noah. Well, it looked like it might hang out there, but it came back. And that's what he needs to do to get back in this match. That looked a little too wide, but it read perfectly. What he really needs is another one to go right behind it here in the 5th. Cut the lead to 19. Just like that. So now it's game on. Over the second arrow. Swings that one out to about 6 or 7. That looks to be a pretty good spot on that lane. And once again, Lovey hooking the ball a little too much, leaves the 6, 7, 10. We go back to the very first frame of the very first episode of Prodigy Bowlers Tour. Charles Bostic showed us how it's done.
Oh, but what a shot!
And it was quite a shot. That episode now has over 1 million views. Lovey gets too much of the 6-pin, so she hands the open right back to Noah. And all of a sudden, this is a 7-pin match with Noah trailing but working on a double. Pretty good shot there. Just didn't have quite enough back end to snap out the corner pin. So Lovey will go cross lane at the 10. And I'll tell you what, she's a pretty good spare shooter herself. We've talked about how Noah has proven himself quite capable at spares. Lovey has got that magic too. That's how you get to be a tournament leader in an event like this. Well, that one started hooking about halfway down the lane. I think Noah needs to move his feet left a little bit. He's laying the ball down in the dry part of the lane. Move left, lay it down in the oil, feather it out to the right. Let it read the friction and come back. Look out. All right. I don't know if he stuck or slipped or what, but Noah is usually pretty solid at the foul line. Not so much that time, but he gets the spare to go, and that's all that really matters. Well, that time a thin hit. Doesn't get the wall action. And leaves a pretty simple spare, the 2-4. He'll play this down the center of the lane. He'll actually adjust his feet about 3 boards right off his strike target. Just let it hook over to the Brooklyn side, and there you go. Nothing to it. And now Lovey Cosby up on the right lane, leading by 11. Oh, man, that was a good ball. Not rewarded. Probably the best ball she's thrown this game. But that 6-pin goes flying around the 10. The bowler's nemesis, the right-handed bowler's nemesis, the ringing 10. But she covers it easily. So just 10 pins separating these two now, entering the final 3 frames. Oh, and she gets the 6 to tap out the 10 for a strike in the 8th. Let's watch this again. I'll show you a little something with her game. I'd like to see her get a little more knee bend and see her hand. It's above the equator of the ball. I'd like to see her hand a little more behind it. Fingers below the equator. That's where all the power is. And there is Noah just finding a strike of his own in the 8th to keep this match within 10. It is anybody's ball game coming down to the end. One of these 2 players is going to be bowling in the final showdown for the coveted trophy pin. That'll help. Noah evens the match. Watch this. Well, I tell you what, he was right on point with this one. Can't throw it any better than that. All right, Lovey, you could use another one here. Oh! Well, you can't throw it any better than that either. But she is robbed by a stone 7. All right. Be careful with it. You can't be throwing these away. Oh, look out. No, 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 no. Can't be doing that. So this goes from an even match to now Lovey trailing by 12, heading into the 10th frame. That one missed spare. Ouch. And in the pocket, but just doesn't snap out the 10. So she has a possible 197. She needs to make this spare, get all she can on the fill ball. This could come down to Noah needing a mark. All right. A strike here for 197 would force Noah to mark in the 10th frame to win. Nine. Okay. 196. So if Noah gets 9 on his first ball, it gives him 168 in the 8th. If he opens, that'd be 187, 196. He's going to need a mark to win. There's a mark. That's the best kind of mark. Well, I tell you what, it was crowding the head pin. He gets the trip 4. Just enough. But that puts him into the final showdown. And Noah Dupre has won all 4 matches of the stepladder, and he came out of the wild card round. So this kid is an opportunistic young fellow, isn't he? That is a 218 to 196 victory for Noah Dupre, who wins all 4 matches of the stepladder, and now he will sit and wait to find out who he's going to face from the scratch division. We'll find out along with him right after this.
This is Pete Weber, PBA Hall of Famer and the bad boy of bowling.
Mr. Weber, may I please have your autograph?
Thanks, kid.
And he cares about 3 things, and 3 things only. Drilling pins, looking fly, and never backing down.
Who do you think you are? I am.
That's why he wears Muggsy jeans, the only jeans comfortable enough to handle moves like this. Because like Pete, Muggsy takes pride in dominating everything they do, never letting anything get in their way.
Ain't no being scared here, pal.
And only Muggsy jeans are made with enough stretch, comfort, and durability to knock them down every single time.
Hey, why don't you let loose? Let loose. Go bowling, bowling this weekend. Have fun, go bowling, bowling this weekend. Let loose.
Let loose at Valley Bowl. Take the Valley Highway or Academy exit to security.
Lovey Cosby stayed right in the match within just a few pins, right up until that untimely whiff of the 7 pin in the 9th frame. Still, she finished with just enough to force Noah to mark in the 10th. And mark he did when he threw a powerful strike on his first ball in the 10th, capping off a remarkable performance where he came out of the wild card round as the sole survivor and then ran the stepladder, winning all 4 matches to claim the handicap division title. So now, as Noah Dupre takes ownership of the Hunter Moffitt Award and has punched his ticket to the final showdown for the coveted trophy pin, we turn our attention to the scratch division. And as we did with the handicap division, we begin with the qualifying scores. There were just 13 players who started, and only 3 of them have missed the cut. Definitely some surprises here. In 11th was Rhett Ryman. The best he could muster was that 197 in his first game. Xander Yim was among those who opted to move up and bowl the scratch division, but he would have gotten 0 pins handicap if he'd have stayed back, so I'm not sure his results would have been any different. And bringing up the rear for the 2nd year in a row at the Prodigy Toc was Caleb Conroe. He and Rhett were among the players in consideration for Player of the Year, so it was definitely a shocker to see them both in this group of players who were cut after qualifying. But here are the 6 who are advancing to the wild card round. Remember, the player who survives this battle of attrition will take the 5th spot in the stepladder finals. We'll tell you who secured their spots in the stepladder after we watch these 6 bowlers settle things in the wild card round. Qualifying 10th was Sean McCone. Sean started the season in Division 3 and won on Prodigy back in September on our very first show of the season. The 9th qualifier is Benjamin Rodert. Benjamin won a Division 2 title back in September in the Periphery on Prodigy. In 8th is Jonas Tucker. Jonas is here on the exemption we extended to those who finished the KCO season in the top 20 on the KCO's Division 1 point list. In 7th is Jacob Eastland. He was on the Division II show earlier in June from the KCO Invitational. He also won the March Point Tournament in Division II. The 6th qualifier is Eli Clinklin. He won the first and last KCO tournaments of the season, back in September and in June at the KCO Invitational. Eli is also the defending champion today at the Prodigy Toc and was named the 2026 PBAA Player of the Year. Finally, in the 5th position, and just missing out on a guaranteed spot in the stepladder by 3 pins, is Dylan Pollard. The Dill Pickle got into the field by finishing the KCO season in the top 20 on the Division I point list. And that's our field for the Scratch Division wildcard round. One of these 6 players will emerge as the sole survivor and will advance to the stepladder finals in the 5th spot. And we'll get this wildcard round started when we return right after this.
いよいよ決勝戦も大詰めです。ここまで両者ともパーフェクト、互いに一歩も譲りません。さあ山田、ラスト1投パーフェクトなるか。スタッフも信じられないといった様子です。ビデオで確認してみましょう。
いやー、綺麗ですよ。
さらに寄ってみましょう。一本残ってる。
Now, in full disclosure, I don't want you to think that Noah Dupre is having to wait for the Scratch wildcard round and the Scratch stepladder before he gets to come back and bowl the final showdown. The Scratch and Handicap Division competitions were happening simultaneously, but through the miracle of video and time shifting, we're able to bring you one and then the other. I guess we could have put the Handicap Division on the left half of the screen and the Scratch Division on the right half of the screen, but no, that would have been much too hard to follow. So the Scratch Division wildcard round gets underway with the number 5 qualifier. Dylan Pollard is going to lead off. And there's a 9 count to begin. You know Dylan Pollard, the Dill Pickle. He's been on the show a number of times. You certainly know Eli Clinklin. Eli is the defending champion at this tournament. He will need to do what Noah Dupre did. Come through the wild card round as the number 6 qualifier, and then run the stepladder if he wants to successfully defend his title. But he also won the KCO Invitational a few weeks ago, so he's a happy boy. He'd be happier if that 10-pin would go down, but... All right, next up is Jacob Eastland. You met Jacob. He was in the field. He was the tournament leader in the field in Division II at the KCO Invitational in early June. He got into the field by winning the Division II title at the KCO March Point Tournament and is looking to come through the wild card round to get a chance to show you what he's got. Now Jonas Tucker, who's been on Prodigy a number of times. Another one of these kids who throws a lot of ball. If he gets anywhere near the pocket, they're probably going down. See what I mean? All right, next up is Benjamin Rodert. You have not met Benjamin before. He's never been on Prodigy Bowlers Tour other than in the periphery. I've been telling him all year, we're going to get you on Prodigy one of these days. Today is the day. And that ball drifts a little high, and Benjamin is going to have a rather uneasy moment here as he waits to see what Sean McCone can do. Because at the moment, Benjamin is on the bubble. Sean McCone won on our very first episode of Prodigy this season, back in September, when we were covering Division III. He has since moved up to Division I and would like to get more than 8 here. Oh dear. He sent that one out into the weeds. And we've got a roll-off right out of the gate here. The first 4 players are safe, but Benjamin and Sean are going to sudden death. One of these two is going to be eliminated. Benjamin gets 9. And that leaves the door open for Sean McCone. He needs a strike to advance to frame 2 of the wild card round. He is taking a moment to collect his thoughts. He must have a lot of thoughts. No. Well, he'll have one more thought now. And it's not going to be a good one. That 7 count just ended his day. So Benjamin Rodert can wipe the sweat off his brow. He is moving on to frame 2. While Sean McCone gathers his bowling balls and proceeds to throw them back into his bowling bag and will deposit them in the trunk of his car here soon. As we move to frame 2, it's Dylan Pollard in the leadoff position. Once again, a good pocket hit. Can't get the 10 to go. And we saw him talking to himself about it, as Dylan is wont to do. All right, Eli Clinklin. 9 is the number to beat. And beat it he does. So Eli is safely on to frame 3. And now Jake Eastland, one of the players in the field who bowls league here at Olathe Lanes East. Oh dear. You don't see the 810 very often these days with these modern bowling balls. But there is an 810, and Dylan Pollard, Jake just let you off the hook, buddy. And that gives Jonas Tucker pause to think about what kind of demons await down at the end of the lane, 60 feet away. As much ball as Jonas Tucker throws, I'd be shocked if he left an 810. But I felt the same way about Jake Eastland, so anything can happen in this sport. Nine is good enough. This frame it is. And now Benjamin Rodert. You just don't want to get 7. Nine is good enough. And Jake Eastland, I'm sorry to say, my friend, you are done for the day. As the other 4 players are moving on to frame 3, we will switch lanes once again. We're down to just 4. And it's Dylan Pollard at the top of the batting order. There he gets the 10 to go out. And I would certainly think a strike would get him on to the next frame. But if they all strike, and with this group, they certainly could, we would go to a roll-off. I've seen it happen. There's a good one. Eli Clinklin says, I'm going to keep playing. And now Jonas Tucker. He is really taking his time today. There's only one other pair of lanes in the house, well, 2 pairs of lanes in the house in use. We're on 19 and 20. 9 and 10 is where the handicap division wild card round is taking place. You've already seen it on the show today. And then the practice pair down on 3 and 4. I don't think he liked that one when it came off his hand, but he loves it now. And we got nothing but strikes. So, Benjamin, it's a tough room, buddy. You got to strike or go home. Oh, and it just drifts a little too high. And that 8 count will put an end to his day. So the field has been reduced by half. And now Only Dylan Pollard, Eli Clinklin, and Jonas Tucker remain. Which one is going to be the sole survivor to take the 5th spot in the Scratch Division Stepladder Finals? Dylan says, I would like that to be me. Could happen. When Dylan first learned that we were taking the top 20 on the KCO Division I point list, which made him eligible to bowl in this thing, he was like, I'm doing that. He was actually signed up to bowl the HOA tournament this weekend. We lost quite a few players to the HOA big guy, little guy tournament this weekend. But Dylan said, nope, I'm bowling the Prodigy TOC. And we thank him for doing that. And now Eli Clinklin, who knows at this stage of the proceedings, you better strike or it may be curtains. And he shreds the rack. Well, when you're the player of the year, that's what you do. And now Jonas Tucker. He knows he's in a must situation. Needs a strike to force a roll-off with Dylan and Eli. Anything less, and he's done for the day. Takes a big, deep breath to relax himself. Good move. Oh, man, but he let that one get away a little wide. Nearly made it back, but it's a 9 count. So Jonas Tucker makes an exit here in frame 4. And then there were 2. The 5th and 6th qualifiers. Fitting that it would come down to them. Dylan Pollard and Eli Clinklin, the 2 in this field from Lee's Summit, Missouri. One of them is going to move on to the stepladder. Oh, look at that 10-pin just wiggling. He got a piece of it. All right. A strike. And he becomes the 5th seed in the stepladder finals. 9, we go to a roll-off. 8 or less, Dylan's dream comes true, and he moves on to the stepladder. What's it going to be? It's a strike for Eli. And Eli Clinklin is your sole survivor in the Scratch Division wild card, and he will be the 5th seed in the Scratch Division stepladder finals. Coming up, we will tell you who the top 4 are in the Scratch Division stepladder. Stick around. You know, there are lots of ways to support Prodigy Bowlers Tour. One way is to tell your friends about it, and even send a link to the show to friends who may not have seen it before. But if you want to go one step further and show a little financial support for all the work that goes into creating these episodes of the show, and each episode takes about 40 hours to edit, become a Prodigy patron. For just $5 a month, You get early access to each full-length episode of the show, at least a day or two before the episode goes public. And for just $10 a month, you not only get early access to each episode, but you also join the elite supporters of the show by getting your name in the show's closing credits as an executive producer. To become a Prodigy patron, go to www.patreon.com/Prodigy Bowlers Tour and follow the directions to become a patron. It's like throwing a little change into the guitar case of someone who's playing guitar on the street. Just a small way to show your appreciation for the work that goes into creating the art that you then get to enjoy. And you'll receive my undying gratitude for your kindness. Once again, go to www.patreon.com/Prodigy Bowlers Tour and become a Prodigy patron. Before we get you back out to the lanes for the Scratch Division Stepladder Finals, here's a quick recap of the wildcard round. In the opening frame, Benjamin Rodert and Sean McCone tied, forcing a sudden death roll-off, which Benjamin won with a 9 count over Sean McCone's 7. In frame 2, Jake Eastland was next to take an exit ramp when his 8 count wasn't enough. In the third frame, by the time Benjamin Rodert got up to bowl, everyone else still in the contest had struck, leaving no margin for error. When Benjamin came in a little high, leaving the 4-9, his bid to advance to the stepladder was done. In frame 4, once again, if you didn't strike, you were out, and Jonas Tucker could only get 9. That left just Dylan Pollard and Eli Clinklin. Dylan led off with 9, leaving the door wide open for Eli, who then labeled the pocket and registered a strike to seal the deal. So now that we know that Eli Clinklin is the sole survivor of the wild card round, it's time you meet all 5 Scratch Division finalists in the 2026 Prodigy TOC. With his victory in the wild card round, Eli Clinklin is the 5 seed. He'll bowl the 4th qualifier, Cale Duffett of Blue Springs, Missouri. The winner will advance to take on the 3 seed, Andrew Lindsay of Overland Park, Kansas. The winner of that match will challenge the 2 seed, Eli Nathan of Overland Park. And that winner will bowl for the Scratch Division title against Nicholas Sharp, who shot .835 to become the qualifying leader. One of these 5 young athletes will capture the Charles Bostic Award and will earn a chance to bowl Handicap Division winner Noah Dupre for the coveted trophy pin. Today on Prodigy Bowlers Tour. And so we let the games begin again. This time in the Scratch Division, it's the Stepladder Finals, and our first match featuring Eli Clinklin, who took the wild card spot, the 5th spot in the stepladder, bowling against Cale Duffett, whose only appearance on Prodigy Bowlers Tour was at the Division III Finals at the May Point Tournament, KCO, earlier this year, where he won. And he set an average so high in Division III that now he's in the Scratch Division at the Prodigy TOC. Eli shows him the path to the pocket, although I think Cale found it all on his own earlier today, bowling games of 185, 243, and 224 for a 652 series to secure his guaranteed spot in the stepladder finals, the 4 seed. I think he throws plenty of ball to keep up with the big boys. He certainly acquitted himself nicely today in qualifying. He's 15 years old. So if he continues to bowl the KCO, we're liable to see him on Prodigy a number of times in the future. And I gotta believe that today has been a big confidence boost for him, going head-to-head with these big boys. Well, that one got away from him a little bit, going through the nose. Cale faces the 4-7-10. For the pros, it's about a 15-1 shot. And he would have liked to have hit on the left side of the 4-pin instead of on the right side. So an open frame, and that hands Eli Clinklin a 12-pin lead. Eli is aging out this summer, so this may be the last time we see him on Prodigy, at least as a junior bowler. There's a big strike, and that's a double to start his match. He can always come back and bowl as an adult in the adult youth doubles tournaments, but he will be done with junior bowling after this tournament, and he's going to junior gold, so he'll be in Minneapolis. As a matter of fact, he has signed up for a doubles event up there with Prodigy's all-time winningest player, Hunter Moffett, who, as most of you know, was a star on the show when the show originated from the Atlanta Metro. Well, that's a turkey to start, and, well, that'll get Cale Duffett's attention for sure. If Cale wasn't a little bit intimidated bowling with this caliber of player, he might be now, but who knows? Cale might rise to the occasion. He's done it all day. Okay, that one got away from him as well. Brooklyn leaves just the 5, though. That could have been disaster. Tell you what, Cale has only been bowling a little over a year. He started bowling at the age of 13. He's 15 now. Started his first league when he was 14, so yeah, a year. He has made remarkable progress in such a short period of time, I'd have to say. And whether he will stay in the scratch division, or what the KCO calls Division 1, or not, this has got to be a great experience for him. I think anytime you can put a lower average player in with higher average players and say, all right, show us what you got, it's got to help him. And Cale is not a lower average player. His league average might be lower, but we've seen him do this a lot. Plant him in the pocket. Here's his footwork. Very short first step, big second step. Little skip to the left. We see that a lot with two-handers. And down they go. They had no chance against that ball. It was churning all the way. And now Eli Clinklin going for his 4th strike in a row. But instead, the 6-pin rings around the 10. Watch the 6-pin. See what it does. It goes flying around the neck of the 10-pin. That is what we call the ringing 10 or solid 10. Some call it other things, but I can't mention those on the show. Eli makes short work of it. He's an excellent spare shooter. Eli says he either wants to be a pro bowler or a mechanical engineer when he grows up. Started bowling because he'd seen it on TV and got into Wii bowling, you know, the video game? Wii, W-I-I. And another one. Almost an identical hit to the one in the previous frame. And this is how those other names for the ringing 10 come about. People have all kinds of things they call it that are unmentionable in polite company. But Eli will very rarely miss a single pin spare. And so, Cale Duffett, it's your move. He could actually make a game of it right here. He's got a strike up in the 4th. A strike in the 5th would cut the lead to 20. Another strike in the 6th would cut it to 10. And it would be game on. How about it? I think this kid has a pretty bright future. I mean, when you stop and think about the fact that he's only been bowling about a year and a half, that's pretty remarkable. All right, he can get right back in this with another strike here in the 6th. That would bring the match to within a mark. And he's going to go get it. Somebody told me today he's a 165 average bowler. I don't know on what planet he's a 165 average bowler, but he's never shown me that he's a 165 average bowler. Eli, you might have your hands full here. Thin. Didn't quite get up. Leaves the 2. Easy spare, though. Eli Clinklin has 6. Count them, 6 300s. How many did you have when you were 18? He's also got an 812 series. And he's got a spare in the 6th. Eli picked up 2 tournament wins this season, which is how he ended up, one of the reasons he ended up as PBAA Player of the Year. He won the first tournament of the year in September here in Olathe, and he won the KCO Invitational, the last KCO of the year here in Olathe. He likes this house. But I tell you what, the way he bowls, he likes every house. Just a nice compact swing. Not a lot to go wrong with his game. All right, Cale. You can take the lead with a strike here in the 7th. But the 10-pin, the dreaded 10-pin stops him. But that's okay. He has pulled to within 10 pins. Now he's just got to make his spares. Look out. Oh boy. Well, we've talked about spares many, many times on Prodigy Bowlers Tour. It's so easy to get caught up in making strikes and how fun it is to see the pins scatter, but most matches are won and lost with spares, and that one might come back to bite him. But he comes right back with a big strike in the 8th. This is far from over. I like a young player who's resilient and can bounce back, doesn't let bad things derail him. All right, Eli. Man, shots like that will send a message. He hits the half pocket, and that 5-pin just whistles over into the 7. And just like that, Eli is right back in control of the match. But I'll tell you what, this Cale Duffett kid is resilient. He's still got a possible 225. Eli is going at a 227 pace. So this isn't quite over. But it inches closer to it with that strike. The lead is now 42. And Cale's just pretty much got to go to the whip. That was a big strike right there. Could have been a difference maker. But look, Cale strikes out for 225. Eli will need a mark in the 10th. There's a strike in the 9th. I told you this kid is resilient. If he puts 3 more strikes on Eli in the 10th frame, you just never know what your opponent is going to do when you show him that you are not afraid and can string the strikes. I've seen some really talented players fold in the face of pressure from their opponent. Get up. It did. That gets him into the 2 teens. 1 more strike. He'll be in the 220s. And then just stand back. Right here, this is the shot of the day for Cale Duffett. If he can strike here, he could win. He's given himself a chance. Boy, he'd like to have that missed 10-pin in the 7th frame back. This might be an entirely different match. .165 average bowler, my behind. Finish it off. How about that? Eight strikes in the last 7 frames. Just that missed 10-pin in the 7th. And that's probably going to cost him. Unless Eli makes a mistake here. I mean, anything can happen in this sport. Eli needs a mark. Well, he didn't leave himself the easiest spare to get a mark. Now, if he gets 9 out, he'll have 213 in the 9th and 222 to finish. So, yeah, he's got to make this. Put the ball on the 2 and 5. He did not want to have to shoot this. But he splits them perfectly. And now he needs 2 pins. Tell you what, our little 165 average bowler, Cale Duffett, took the PBAA Player of the Year down to the very last ball of this match. Eli, stay behind the foul line now. Keep it on the lane. There's your winner. It took some doing, but Eli Clinklin has come out of the wild card round and has now won match 1 in the stepladder. He's trying to chase Noah Dupre over in the handicap division, but he's got a tough opponent coming up, Andrew Lindsay.
Yes! 1 pin away from locking first place!
तो शुरू करें? निरंदा से शुरू होती है पागलपंती। आप भी ऐसे पागलपंती आइडिया शेयर कीजिए और बेस्ट आइडियाज को हम दिखाएंगे टीवी पे। मिरिंडा, पागलपंती भी जरूरी है।
Cale Duffett had only bowled 1 KCO this season, and he entered it as a Division III bowler with an average around 165. But in winning that tournament, he set an average over 200 and didn't bowl another KCO, so his season-ending average was in excess of 200, which is how he wound up in the Prodigy Toc scratch division. I was told he's a 165 average player and has no business bowling in the scratch division. But I'd have to push back on that. Not only did his final KCO average of the season put him in our scratch division, but he came through qualifying to secure himself the 4th spot in the stepladder. And then in his first stepladder match, even though he lost, he took the defending champion and newly crowned PBAA Player of the Year down to the final ball before bowing out. I'd say Cale Duffett may be a better bowler than even he and his family realize, and his performance today would tend to back that up. But it's Eli Clinklin who got him at the finish line and is now moving on to match 2, where he'll face our number 3 qualifier, Andrew Lindsay. Andrew would like to do what Eli did a year ago, take his exemption into the field as one of the players who finished in the top 20 of the KCO Division I point list and ride it all the way to the title. Eli, on the other hand, would like to do what no player has done before, to win this tournament twice and claim a second coveted trophy pin. We actually had 2 players in the field today who could have won a second coveted trophy pin. Rhett Ryman, the 2024 champion, missed the cut, and Eli, of course, is the defending champion. Oh! Well now, that's a fine how do you do. Pretty good shot, I'd say, to be leaving a stone 7. Wow. But he covers it. And now Andrew Lindsay. I'll tell you what, these two are very capable of throwing big numbers. Eli, when he won in September and when he won the KCO Invitational earlier in June, both times in the championship match, he shot 279. And Andrew Lindsay shot 296 in the championship match, winning the Division II title at the KCO Invitational last year. And when he made the show at the May point tournament this year, in the opening match, he started with the front 10, shot 289 before getting beat in the next match by Rhett Ryman, who went on to win. But Andrew with a strike to start, and these two are all even. Andrew with scores of 225, 207, 236 for a 668 in qualifying earlier today. Yeah, well, you hit them there, they're usually going to go down. This kid has been bowling since he was 8. He's now 18, aging out. This is the last we'll see of him on Prodigy, unless he comes back and bowls as an adult in one of the adult youth doubles tournaments. He'd be a good partner for somebody to grab onto. All right, Eli working on a spare. And the 10-pin. Eli Clinklin also plays basketball and golf. He's been bowling since he was 9. He too is 18 years old. Covers the 10-pin. Says his biggest thrill in bowling came when he bowled his first 300 game. I think I might have mentioned earlier that he has 6 of them. Do they stop becoming a thrill after a while? I shouldn't play quite so sheepish. I know full well, because I have 8 of them. And every one is as fun as the last one. Another 10-pin. Well, stone 7, week 10, ring 10. That's no fun. Boy, it is nice to have a solid spare game. That'll keep you in matches when you think they're getting away from you, but you keep covering those spares and you just never know. It might be enough to give you one last ray of hope. But it's still early in this match. Andrew Lindsay, been a fan of Prodigy Bowlers Tour since the show first debuted September 17th, 2016. And he is off and running with a turkey to start this second match. Take a look at Andrew's footwork. 5-step approach. Very conventional, but very solid. Look how his foot is perpendicular to the foul line at release. A nice slide. He's usually in perfect balance. There's a lot to like about this guy's game. He has a YouTube channel called One-Handed Bowling, and I encourage you to check it out. He writes some of the best essays you will find on YouTube about our sport. Comes in a little thin with that hit, though. Leaves the 3-5. But with that turkey to begin, he has built up a nice little 20-pin cushion. He's also using a chamois today that has his YouTube channel logo on it, One-Handed Bowling, that he wanted me to mention to everybody that you can buy one. There's a spare. And now Eli Clinklin would like to get off the spare train and visit the strike side of the tracks. And that's one way to do it. Go for the half pocket and take the light shaker. I loves me some light shakers. Eli always in good balance at the foul line. Tell you what, if you're a two-handed bowler and you're looking to pattern your game after somebody you see on Prodigy Bowlers Tour, this guy right here, Eli Clinklin, might just be the one. Very similar in many aspects to Caden White. They were both good buddies, still are. And once again, a single pin lead stops him. Although, to be fair, that was kind of crowding the head pin a little bit. Nearly had the 4-9. The 4 went out, so it's a good break rather than a bad break, I would say. And Eli will have no problem with the 9-pin most of the time. And now Andrew Lindsay says he wants to be a PBA bowler or maybe go into cyber security. That's what his dad does. He's also a good video editor. You just have to watch his YouTube channel once to realize that. Ringing 7. Boy, this pair of lanes all of a sudden is yielding a lot of taps. That'll drive a player crazy. Andrew said he got bowling when he was needing an activity to fill his days during the summer, heading into 3rd grade. So he said, how about bowling? It's air conditioned there. And so here he is all these years later. He too with a solid spare game. Just seems like every year at this time I lament the fact that we're losing so many good players that are aging out. Eli's aging out, Andrew's aging out. The next player you'll see in the next match, Eli Nathan, is aging out. And our tournament leader, Nicholas Sharp, aging out. Another solid 7. My goodness. Well, what do you do when that happens? Make a slight adjustment, left or right with your feet. Sometimes it doesn't really even matter. If it's the 7-pin for a left-hander or a 10-pin for a righty, you can go either way. Some people recommend move up or back. Maybe adjust your speed a little bit. You got to try something different. Of course, the modern thinking is to go to a different ball. I'm not a big fan of that, but sometimes it'll work. Just keep going to the same well. Yeah, this is what really drives you crazy. You keep peppering the pocket with apparently good hits that just give you 9, and then you make one marginal shot, and you end up with something like this. The 2-4-5. Put the ball on the 2 and 5, and you'll make it. Eli's a good spare shooter. Boy, that was a little right of target, but he got away with it. I don't remember the last time I went 6 frames watching Eli bowl and he only had 1 strike. You don't see that very often. As the tension mounts, the stakes grow higher. Eli takes a little more time. There's a good shot. This one was high flush. This had to be a strike. About the only thing he could have left on this hit was a stone 8. But now he needs a little string of them to catch Andrew. And Andrew would like to put a little string up there to make Eli's efforts to that end irrelevant. But shots like that won't help. Through the nose, he leaves the 2-4-7. That could have been disaster. And the 2-4-7 is no bargain. There's multiple ways to chop this. And I don't like the way he plays this. He plays this down the left side of the lane. I'd like to see him move way to the right. But can't argue with the result. I think he just increases the chances of a chop by playing it down the left side of the lane. Oh, a runaway train. Good heavens. That was off the tracks. But he got away with it. And now Eli just thinking about one thing. Let's put a strike up here in the 8th and get this match down to within a mark. He's been trailing by double digits most of the way. And that's going to continue as he's unable to put a double up. Another light hit on the right lane. The last time he left the 2-4-5. This time the 4 and 5 went out, but he still got the 2. Ho hum. He's so good with spares. He'd like to be so good with strikes here these last 2 frames and kind of force the issue with Andrew. I don't remember the last time I saw Eli Clinklin struggle this much getting strikes. When the lanes are giving them up. There's one. But, I mean, it's not like they're bowling on red square or anything. We used to bowl on red square in Georgia at the Prodigy Toc every year. And it was a train wreck. Some of the best bowlers, best youth bowlers in the country put some ridiculously low numbers up. Oh, what was that? Well, that was the 6-8 just waiting to happen. Andrew Lindsay puts one through the nose, and you might want to drop to your knees and pray to the heavens, buddy. You won't get a break this good the rest of the day. Watch this. Going to go a little high, cuts through, leaves the 8, the 6 stays up, and then something trips them both. And he's grateful. 28-pin lead, he can put it away. There's a strike in the 10th. That won't quite put it away, but it gets him close. This is a good one. This is a really good one. Slaps out the 7. Now he just needs to stay behind the foul line.
If I need a strike.
Keep it on the lane. Not his best effort, but good enough to put him across the finish line. And it's Andrew Lindsay who dashes Eli Klinkland's hopes of going back-to-back at the Prodigy TOC. And he finds a way to miss the 247, but he does it after he has clinched the match, so it does not matter. So Andrew will wait as Eli Klinkland finishes out, and then Andrew will face another Eli. 4-pin. Well, he has found just about every way there is to leave a single pin spare. And he makes the 4-pin. Makes it interesting. Nearly ran by it. Not that it matters at this point. But decent count. He'll be in the 190s. Makes a respectable showing. And there's another 7 count. 192. But Andrew Lindsay's 229 carries the day, at least in that match. And now he'll face another Eli. Eli Nathan next. Surprisingly, less than a quarter of you watching Prodigy right now are actually subscribed to the channel. Did you know that by not subscribing, you keep us from growing the channel? Take a moment right now and smash that subscribe button. Ring the notification bell so you'll receive a notification whenever we post a new video. That way, you won't miss anything. Leave a comment down below. We just ask that you not post any spoilers. You know, comments that give away the ending. This kind of engagement, viewers hitting the like button, subscribing, and leaving comments, goes a long way toward getting YouTube's algorithm to serve up our videos to more like-minded viewers like you. Oh, and be sure to share the video with everyone you know on your social media feeds. Send the link to your friends, especially your bowling friends. And tell the folks at your local bowling center to play Prodigy in the center or in the pro shop. Most folks in the bowling business enjoy Prodigy once they've seen it, but if they don't know about it, they won't watch. Help us grow Prodigy by spreading the word about the show. And thanks to you for being a loyal viewer of Prodigy Bowlers Tour. A clean game by both players in that last match. There's something we don't see all the time. But boy, you might go all year without seeing another match where both players peppered the pocket with less success. A ton of balls that looked good, only to leave a stone 7 or a stone 9 or a ring 10. You know, as a coach, I get asked all the time what to do when that happens. And I'm not sure there's a good answer. Pray to another god, maybe? I don't know. I think you just keep going to the same well, and eventually your luck will change. It never quite did for Eli Klinkland that match, though, so he keeps the streak intact. Once again, no player has ever won 2 coveted trophy pins, and that's not going to change today. But Andrew Lindsay keeps his hopes alive, and he's now moving on to match 3 in the scratch division. And he goes from one Eli to another. This time it's our 2-seed Eli Nathan who won this season on perhaps the most exciting episode of Prodigy Bowlers Tour all season. episode 204. That's the one where Leila Gonzalez bowled 300 in the opening match. The highlight that kind of overshadowed Eli's victory in the championship match. But it was thrill-packed, and he had to perform in the clutch at the end to win it. So we know he's capable. In fact, 1 year ago at the KCO Invitational, Eli shot his .298, setting the scoring record for him and his opponent with .561. Only for that record to be broken an hour later, a few pairs away, by Andrew Lindsay, who shot .296 and set a new scoring record with his opponent of .563. So we know both of these guys are capable of uncorking big games in this house. And if I'm not mistaken, Eli Nathan's first 300 game came in this house where he bowls league. Good solid hit to start. That's what you like to see. If you're Eli Nathan, anyway. All right. Andrew Lindsay, the only remaining left-hander in the field. And he gets him to go. So these two are even Steven after one frame. Our two players who list Overland Park, Kansas as their city of residence. That's where I live, too. There's another strike. We've talked about how these two are capable of stringing them. I think we'd all love to see that. Look at how close that ball comes to his ankle. That is just as good as it gets. Short little approach by Eli. But I tell you what, when you take a super short approach like that, two really good things happen. One is there's not a lot that can go wrong with your approach. And the other good thing is when the lanes are really hooking and you have to move way to the left in front of the ball return when you're on the right lane, it doesn't bother you because you stand that far up all the time anyway. Oh my. Well, the 2-4-8-10 can be made. You got to hook at it, and you shoot it like you're shooting the 210. Eli goes with a straight ball. That's not how you make that. When you hook at it, you slide the 2 over into the 10, and you get that 4-pin. You actually get the 4-pin on the left side. After it hits the 2, it deflects, and with that side spin on the ball, it kind of puts a little side spin on the 4-pin, gets it to move over into the 8. I've seen that spare made many times that way, but never with somebody throwing a straight ball. All right, Andrew Lindsay going for a turkey. And he nearly left the left-hander's equivalent to the same split, but he breaks it down a little bit, leaves just the 3-6. He nearly had the 3-6-7-9, though. Could have been. This is decidedly easier. Well, not if you shoot it like that, it's not. That was an unforced error. Andrew will shoot at the 3-6 100 times, and he'll make it 98 times. But we just got to see one of the 2 times that he missed it. So both players exchange open frames in the third, and Andrew Lindsay holds a slim 2-pin lead. And he shreds the rack just to let the pins know who's boss. We'll watch it again here. See how that ball is under his head or just to the right of it, right next to his ankle. You really can't do that any better. Watch this. 5-pin flies over into the 10. The quintessential power strike. The swisher. That 4-9 was threatening to stay, but the 9 went out. So Eli will have an easy spare. Says his favorite pro bowler is Brad Miller. And an easy spare there. Eli Nathan says that he got started bowling when his dad took him to Ward Parkway Lanes when he was 3. Ward Parkway Lanes is the only bowling center in the Kansas City area that I can think of that was open and that I occasionally bowled at as a kid that is still in existence. And they're still doing good business. It might be the only bowling center in Kansas City, Missouri. The rest of them are all in suburbs. Down goes the 4-pin. And now Andrew Lindsay will try to put another strike up behind the one he has so he can extend his lead to 13. Hearing some screaming kids down at the other end of the bowling center. I'm pretty sure that's not Nicholas Sharp. I think it's some kids in a birthday party. Andrew comes in light with that hit, leaves the 3. Speaking of Nick Sharp, Andrew says his most thrilling moment in bowling came in that championship match a year ago at the KCO Invitational Division II, where he shot 296 against Nick Sharp. Interestingly, Andrew has won at the Kansas City Open. He's won a couple of times in Division 5, a couple of times in Division 4, once in Division 3, once in Division 2, but this year he bowled Division 1 and did not win. So if he could win the Prodigy Toc in the scratch division today, it would be almost as good. And there's a strike in the 6th. He struck every time on the left lane in this match. I think he likes it. And he's going to get to finish on this lane. That was high flush. All right, Eli Nathan. Let's see your best stuff. Gave it the big loft. I think he caught the fingers on the upswing and overjuiced it. That can happen. That's the disadvantage to going with the big loft. And he gets too much of the 3-pin, so the baby split provides a little too much challenge for him. And now that's 2 opens in the first 6 frames, and yet he's still within 16 pins. There's a good shot. So here's a look at Eli's tiny little steps. The first 3 are very small, and then he takes a big, long slide for his 4th step. Not a bad way to do it. And there's not a bad way to throw it right there. Andrew Lindsay hitting that half pocket, getting the right half of the rack to just get horizontal. And here's his footwork. A little more conventional. Little crossover. A nice slide. Looks like he's moved in a little bit since he started. That's to be expected as the lanes transition. This pair was fresh when we started the wild card round a little while ago. And I should mention this is a different pair of lanes than the ones we used for the handicap division. The handicap kids, their TV pair was 9 and 10. We're on 19 and 20 here. The final showdown will be down on 9 and 10, where the handicap division bowled. But now Andrew has moved out to a 36-pin lead. And Eli can't get the 10-pin to go. Just when you think you've got the lane figured out, you can't carry the corners. But he covers it. Eli with a possible 200. Andrew going at a 2:16 pace. So Eli's just pretty much got to take it off the sheet and hope Andrew makes a mistake somewhere. Here's a side-by-side of these two. The long and the short of it here. Super short approach, super long approach. They both get to the line, all synced up here. Both equally effective. But so far in this match, Andrew's gotten the better of it. Comes in thin, though. Leaves the bucket, the left-hander's bucket. Here's how you make it. Put the ball on the 3-5. Consider that the pocket. You got to carry out the 9-pin with the ball. The 3 will get the 6. If he were to happen to miss this, could change the whole dynamic of the match here at the end. but he covers it. Goes with a straight ball. Usually I recommend hooking at it when you have double wood, like with the 3-9. But there was never much doubt about that one. Any kind of mark here, and Andrew can move on to match 3. Boy, he was tempting it. Went through the nose a little bit, but tripped the 6. And that's going to be a winner right there. Watch this ball creep high, but it's going to be the 3-pin, the third one from the right. It'll go to the right wall and come back and trip the 6. There it goes. And that's the best kind of mark right there. And there's another one. He is bowling well today, I would have to say. Andrew has one of the best physical games of any one-hander I know here in Olathe, at least. But he tends to get in his own head sometimes. And that is what causes his inconsistencies. But he's kept it all in check today. 221, Eli can't get there, so he will go through the motions of finishing out. There's the solid strike. One, two, three. Tiny little 3 steps, and then a big long slide. Hey, if you end up in balance and can deliver the ball in time, time after time, and I love his long, flowing follow-through. People on the channel have commented that his follow-through reminds them of PBA Hall of Famer Don Johnson. Don Johnson was about 2 feet taller than Eli. Eli's kind of a short guy like me. But I tell you what, he got plenty of game. He drills bowling balls here in the area. And he can go drill somebody else's ball now because he's done here. It's Andrew Lindsay who's moving on to the championship match. He'll bowl Nick Sharp for the Charles Bostic Award right after this.
What's even more exciting than bowling?
League bowling.
At Bowl America! Go for it, Eddie! We really need a strike!
I love to hear that cheering.
You'll hear it every week. Just join a Bowl America League. New leagues are forming now. So come to Bowl America, where thousands cheer.
Check out. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Gotta check it out. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You got a record. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Fly, you can fly, yeah, you can get high every moment. Yeah, yeah.
The Sprite Way. Earlier in the broadcast, we told you how the qualifying round went down for players who missed the cut and those who advanced to the wild card round. Here's how things went for the 4 players who secured a guaranteed spot in the stepladder today. Of course, you know Eli Clinklin came up through the wild card round to secure the 5th spot in the stepladder. He actually qualified in 6th. Our 4th place qualifier was Cale Guffett, the player who was sure he shouldn't even be bowling in the scratch division, but he proved he was more than capable. The 3rd place qualifier was Andrew Lindsay with a steady dose of games in excess of 200 and a 668 total. The 2nd qualifier, Eli Nathan, did even better with a 705 series. But they were all looking up at Nicholas Sharp, who shot 257, 278, and 300 for a remarkable 835 series. There wasn't much doubt about who was going to be the tournament leader. So now we know who he'll be facing after Andrew Lindsay took down Eli Nathan in match 3. Couple of splits derailed Eli's chances, so now Andrew Lindsay is set to face his teammate, Nicholas Sharp. The last time these two met on Prodigy, it was last year in the Division II championship match at the KCO Invitational. They both started with the front 8, and Andrew took it all the way to the front 11 before leaving the big 4 on his final ball. Their 296 to 267 scratch scores totaled 563, the all-time Prodigy record for 2 opponents in one match. Clearly, with these two competing with one another, anything can happen. So strap in, friends. This should be interesting. And I'm not going to lie to you, I would love nothing more than to see these two do something similar to what they did the last time they met on Prodigy. Let's go. Andrew Lindsay gets it started the right way with a strike. Now, I should say that Nicholas Sharp has not had to wait for both the handicap division wild card and stepladder and the scratch division stepladder and wild card coming off his qualifying round of 835. The two divisions were competing simultaneously, but he has had to wait for the scratch division wild card and stepladder. So it's been about, I'd say, an hour and a half to 2 hours since he finished his qualifying round. 257, 278, 300 for 835. And that wait, we'll see what kind of effect it has on him. I'd say none. He threw a lot of those, obviously, in qualifying. And, of course, he was down on the practice pair, staying loose. So it's not like he's just been sitting the whole time watching. But anytime you have to wait, you just never know how you're going to come out. You're going to be cold. The pair of lanes is going to be different. They didn't bowl on this pair of lanes during qualifying, just like the handicap division didn't bowl on their TV pair during qualifying. So we'll see. But I tell you what, this guy practices about as much as any youth bowler I know. Every time I look up, he's posting something about his latest exploits on the lanes on Facebook. That one, he cut a little short. Now, it could be this pair of lanes is hooking a little more than what the practice pair was doing down there, but he had a couple of practice shots on each lane, to figure it out before this match started. The 3-6, I'd rather see him standing on the far left side of the lane, shooting cross lane at this. It cuts down the angle to chop it. That's why you want to shoot it from the left side of the lane. Not that you can't chop it from the left side of the lane, but it does cut down on the angle. So an open frame, and Nicklaus hands a 12-pin lead to Andrew Lindsay almost from the jump. So Andrew, who started with a strike, can build on his lead here. But he sent that one a little wide, and it seemed like the ball just ran out of juice. Used up its back end before it got to the pins. And so he leaves a weak 7. Andrew did not win at the KCO this year. He is in the field on the strength of his having secured a spot in the top 20 in the KCO Division I point list at the end of the season. That is the same exemption that got Eli Clinklin into the field last year, and he went on to win the Prodigy TOC. So, you never know. And a rare mistake, but that was a big one, as Andrew hands the mistake that Nick made right back to him. And these two are even through 2. Starting strike, open. Uh-oh. Right through the nose, the 4-6 split. It's been made once on Prodigy Bowlers Tour at this tournament in 23.
Most of the time, players will just go for one, take the count, and take your medicine. What? Antonio Miranda just made the 4-6 on Prodigy Bowlers Tour. I don't believe it.
I didn't believe it then. I don't believe it now. I've never seen it made that way, where you slid one across the lane. Andrew goes the more conventional route. Just goes for one, throws it hard, hoping it bounces out. It didn't. And he's got back-to-back opens. So whatever hopes we had for a big giant game by both players here in the championship match, you can forget about that. Now it's down to a battle of survival. One of these two is going to bowl for the coveted trophy pin against Noah Dupre, and will pick up the Charles Bostic Award along the way. But they got to get through this match. And Nick comes in a little light. Maybe a little overcorrection after he went through the nose and left the 3-6 back in the second frame, but that was on the other lane. So I'm not sure if that was an adjustment or just an errant shot. But in any case, here's another one of these choppable spares. Got to be careful with it. Touch both pins with the ball. Oh, he goes with the backup. That's a safer play. If you've got a backup ball you can trust, That is a much smarter play than hooking at it. And he gets the spare. Well, Nicholas started bowling when he was 15. He's 18 now. His grandpa bought him a plastic ball for his 15th birthday. And so he said, well, I guess I should go get it drilled up and take it out and see how many pins I can knock down with it. And he has learned how to knock down lots and lots of pins in very short periods of time. But I'll tell you what, he's also a bit of a wild child. And if he's not careful, he has a bit of a temper issue. And if things don't go his way, well, you might want to go sit at the other side of the room. 2, 4, 8, 10 can be made. Eli Nathan went straight at it. I'll bet Nicholas Sharp hooks the ball at it. And that's the proper way to play this. He didn't miss it by much. He just needed to hit that 2-pin a little more thin, and he would have carried out the 8-pin. But as it is, it's his second open frame, and both players now have 2 opens. Who would have predicted that? Not me. Andrew, that was truly high flush. That's called stuffing them straight back. Watch the 10-pin. It was the last one to go. But I don't think there was much doubt about it. That 10-pin just got shoved off the back of the lane. All right, Andrew with a 5-pin lead and a strike working can extend to 15 with another one here in the 5th frame. And he gets it. So that is going to put the heat on Nick Sharp. Watch it again. Nice, smooth, even steps. He doesn't jerk at it when he lets it go. That's how it's done, boys and girls, right there. All right, Nick. Show us your Sunday ball. Pulled it. Was left off his hand. Don't get frustrated now. There's still a lot of frames left. Easy spare, the 3-pin. All right. Covers it. That 300 that he bowled this morning in qualifying to cap off his 835. You saw the last 3 balls of that game when this show began. That was his second 300. And of course the 835 he shot in qualifying is his high series. Andrew Lindsay also has an 835. He didn't bowl it today, though. Nicholas really taking his time today. Very deliberate. Just trying to calm himself and make sure he's in the right space to throw it. That's as good as it gets. Now, if he can just forget about those frames in between, throw a few more of those. Here's his footwork. He's a planter, not a slider. In good position at the foul line. When he bowls under control like that, he can throw, well, obviously he can throw a lot of strikes. Andrew Lindsay, there's a turkey to extend his lead to 25. His head barely moves through release. They don't talk about that as much when they talk about the mechanics of the game, but I have always watched their head, how steady it is through release and whether it pulls up or not. He keeps it pretty steady, and he trips the 6 on that shot. And now he's got a 4-bagger and a 35-pin lead to put himself in the driver's seat. Good balance. You just don't see Andrew Lindsay fall off balance at the foul line very often. All right, Nick. It's go time. This match is not over. There you go. That pulls him to within 25. And another strike could make it 15. He's really taking his time on all these shots now. He doesn't want to squander that 835. You don't want to shoot 835 in qualifying and then get beat. I get it. So he's taking a little extra time before each shot. I don't know if he's talking to himself and trying to say those things that'll get him in the right frame of mind to make a nice positive move through the ball at release, but whatever it is, he needs to summon his best shot right here. Overthrew it a little bit. Just too much speed. And so the ball does not finish. And he's left with the 5-pin. All right, the easiest spare there is. You cannot let the easy ones get away. Nick with a possible 201. He's got to make this and strike out to get it. All right, mission accomplished on the make this part. All right, Andrew's going at a 207 pace. Nick can get 201. Andrew going at a 207 pace. I'd say this match is far from over. And Andrew doesn't like the rack. So he's taking a re-rack. That 3-pin looks like it's sitting in a little too close to the 1-pin. And it still is. Although, I don't know how that would affect a left-hander. Now, if I was shooting it, I'm right-handed. I probably would punch that one off as well. But for a lefty, shouldn't really affect much. Oh my. Well, I just bragged on him about how he's never off balance at the foul line. He was that time. And I don't know what happens. Sometimes you call for a re-rack, you get it, and then you tell yourself, okay, well, I ought to be able to make a good shot here. And it puts a little extra pressure on you. And then you throw one out the window like he just did. That's a 5 count. And boy, I tell you what, there's a lot of ways to miss this. But he somehow manages to cover it. The 3, 5, 6, 9, 10. Goodness gracious, that's not what you want to be shooting in that situation. But he lost a ton of count with that. So now Andrew is going at a 2:02 pace. Nicholas can get to 2:01, so this is really anybody's game. And Andrew doesn't quite get the shaker to take out the 10. And now look what that did to the score. If Andrew covers this and goes strike spare in the 10th, he shoots 2:01. Nick Sharp can strike out for 2:01. The plot thickens. Carefully picks out where to stand. Finds his target, and he goes. And he pulled it right. And that is a huge mistake. He has just given Nicholas Sharp an open door. Nicholas can shut him out with strikes in the 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th. Nicholas can go off the sheet for 2:01. Now, the best Andrew can do is 200. Oh, my. A reversal in fortunes. And now, if Nicholas can just gather himself, seems like he's been on the razor's edge this whole match. He needs to strike out, and if he does, he wins the Charles Bostic Award. There's one. Man, he just shredded the rack that time, too. He does that a lot, as you might guess. Watch it again. This will be the half pocket, and he will send everything over to the left side of the rack. Shrapnel flying everywhere. But now here's the most important shot he's thrown all day. This strike to take the lead. No. Cuts it short. And leaves the 3-6-10. Now he's got to make this. If he were to happen to miss this, Let's say he went 9 out. He would finish with 169, and he would lose before Andrew ever got up in the 10th. So he needs to make this. And boy, I tell you what, this is not the spare I'd want to be shooting at in this situation. Gotta have it. Look out. Well, he gets it. Not the way he was hoping to, but... All right, so here's the situation. He needs 9 or a strike. If he gets to 180, he'll force Andrew to mark. If he gets 8, Andrew could go 9 out, and we'd have a tie. So Nicholas is looking for a 9 or a strike here. All right. So it all comes down to one frame for Andrew Lindsay. Here's Nick's final ball of the match. I don't see us going to extra frames now that he threw that strike. Andrew needs a spare or a strike and 2 pins, and he'll be bowling for the coveted trophy pin. But he must mark. That's the best kind of mark there is. Watch it again. We'll see his reaction. He gets it on a light hit. I don't like that rack either, but it doesn't matter. They all went down. And now, Andrew Lindsay, your task is very simple. Stay behind the foul line. Keep the ball somewhere in the middle of the lane. That'll do it. That will do it, and then some. He's going to be 189 if he misses this, 190 if he makes it. And you got a feel for Nicholas Sharp, shooting .835 in our 3-game qualifier today, and finishing second. And Andrew offers some condolence. Nicholas doesn't want to hear it. I don't blame him. Well, we got one match left. Andrew Lindsay will face Noah Dupre for the coveted trophy pin.
Hello, friend. I'd like to bowl a few lines. Brought your own bowling pins? Why, sure. Folks who know the score know you get more action from these pins. See that big red crown that goes all around? Means it's a real red crown Dura King bowling pin made by Brunswick. Makes the game more fun. Now, why don't you have these high-scoring pins, friend?
Oh, we got them. Look at the plaque.
Brunswick, Dura King, Red Crown pins. You've got them all right. Can't wait. Just love to bowl against those pins.
All over America. More people are bowling against Red Crowns than any other pins. Just ask for the big Red Crowns Dura King bowling pins by Brunswick.
In 2016, when Prodigy Bowlers Tour was first launched, the kids on the show were just bowling for bragging rights. But a viewer of the show, Amanda Mayer, left a comment on one of the videos saying if there were an actual prize they were bowling for, you might get more kids to enter. And with that, the coveted trophy pin was born. On each show, the winner would sign the coveted trophy pin, and that tradition has continued until today. At the end of each season, we hold the Prodigy Bowlers Tour Tournament of Champions, or Prodigy Toc for short, and the winner claims the pin as their own. Early on in the show's history, some of our winners opted to give the pin away, but in recent years, the victors have figured, if the coveted trophy pin is all that coveted, then why wouldn't I want to keep it? I wouldn't argue with them, and so they have kept it. There were a couple of years in there during the pandemic where we didn't award a coveted trophy pin. But here's the list of winners through the years. Charles Bostic in 2017, Peyton Smith in 2018, Nick Dissinger in 2019. Production of the show was suspended in 2020 due to the pandemic, so the 2019-2020 coveted trophy pin was orphaned mid-season. But just before I moved back to Kansas City from Atlanta in late 2021, we gave that final Atlanta coveted trophy pin to the winner of the Farewell Atlanta episode of the show, and that pin went to Hunter Moffett. In 2022, we shot and released our first Kansas City-based episode, the 2022 KCO Invitational, but there was no coveted trophy pin. Then, in the fall of 2022, when we started covering the KCO each month, a new coveted trophy pin was put in play, and in 2023, it was won by P.J. Dokalis. In 2024, Rhett Ryman was the first to break tradition and keep the coveted trophy pin when he won it. And in 2025, Eli Clinklin claimed the Prodigy Toc title, and along with it, the coveted trophy pin. Once again this season, all the winners at all the KCO tournaments throughout the current season are qualified to bowl in the 2026 Prodigy Toc, where the current coveted trophy pin will be claimed by the next Prodigy Toc winner. I know that had to be a tough pill for Nicholas Sharp to swallow. You bowl 8:35 in the qualifying round, and then wait around for an hour and a half for your turn to bowl, and in the championship match, you get beat. But you know what? The greatest bowler who ever lived, Earl Anthony, registered a bunch of second-place finishes after leading the tournament by 400 or 500 pins, and that includes some majors. So it happens in bowling. But no one can ever take away from Nick what he did accomplish. That 835 series is surely not nothing. But it's Andrew Lindsay who claims the Charles Bostic Award for winning the scratch division at the Prodigy Toc. And he now faces Noah Dupre, who just won the handicap division, to claim the Hunter Moffett Award. Since going to this format, no handicap division winner has ever gone on to win the coveted trophy pin. But the way Noah bowled today, I wouldn't put it past him to give Andrew a run for his money. Speaking of money, both of these players have also secured themselves a nice Smart Scholarship Award. The winner of the final showdown will receive $481 and change, and the runner-up will get $393 and change. But it's the prize they've all been eyeing all year that brought them here today, and one of these two will come away with it: the coveted trophy pin. We always give the option to the handicap bowler for whether he wants to start the match or let his opponent start, trying to give him as many advantages as we can. And Noah has decided he wants to start the match, so he'll finish last. He gets his 10 pins of handicap. Andrew gets none. Pretty good shot to start. I think he might have pulled it off his hand a little, but it's set in the oil, went pretty straight. Leaves a 10-pin. He's been pretty solid on these all day long. Oh my. Maybe nerves? Bowling what he knows is a higher octane player than he is, at least at this time. Got to shake it off. If you're scared of losing, you're scared of winning. Andrew showing him how it's done. This is kind of the pattern we've seen in some of these final showdowns where the handicap players a little intimidated. Here's a look we've never given you on Prodigy, the side view, and I can't wait to point out a couple of things. We'll get some looks at some of these shots from that angle. Andrew can get off to a big lead early. And does. Well, I don't know how big of a lead it is, but it's an 11-pin lead that pretty much negates Noah's handicap. Noah sacrificed that with the open in the first frame. We saw Andrew do this a lot in the scratch division stepladder. Now Noah got to calm himself, make the shot he's capable of making. But no, oh my goodness, you hate to see this. I don't know if it was just a let up on the speed or what, but there's the 4-6, and got to figure he'll just go for one. I think that's probably the smart play, even though you hate to see him just start with back-to-back opens. But he's been resilient all day long. See if he can bounce back. Well, that looked pretty good off his hand, but hooked high, broke up any split that might have been thinking about standing, and he's left with just the 6-pin, but he's going to have a lot to think about when he goes to sit down. Oh, and he just barely gets the 6. But he stops the bleeding, gets a mark. Come on, Noah. Make a match out of it. You never know what's going to happen. Well, now, like I said, you never know what's going to happen. Andrew Lindsay with the 2, 4, 6, 7, 10. So not only is this a tough one to make, he's already lost 5 pins in count. Here's how you make it. Slide that 2-pin over into the 6-10. We had a right-hander make the right-hander's version of this, which is flipped around. Ethan Deal at the KCO Invitational a couple of years ago. Wow! What a time for that clutch shot. Yep, it would be a good time for Andrew to make it here too, or much of his lead will be gone. But no, it's going to be an open frame, and all of a sudden, these two are only 3 pins apart. Noah thought this was going to be a rout, and he was going to be on the short end of it. Still could be. But at least he's been given a reprieve. Andrew just let him right back in it. And Andrew goes to the nose, and looky here. The 2, 4, 7, 8. One of the toughest spares there is that isn't a split or a washout. Put the ball on the 2 and the 4. Make sure that ball has enough juice to carry out the back pin, the 8. The 4 will get the 7. Wow. He finds all kinds of ways to make these spares that I wouldn't recommend, but works for him. All right, Noah. See you come alive right here and make a match out of this. It's a good ball. Could have struck. 6-pin lays in the gutter. And he leaves the weak 10. Now watch this from the side. When the slide foot gets flat on the floor, we want to see the bowling arm parallel to the floor, and it is. I thought Noah's timing was early, but it's not. He's right on time. And this time he covers the 10 like he's been doing most of the day. It's a 4-pin lead by Andrew Lindsay. That is nothing. Oh dear. Well, that ball is just not finishing like it did earlier for him on the left lane. I'm not sure why. And now he's left the washout. Well, we've seen him make a version of the washout earlier. Here's the 1, 2, 8, 10. Here's how it's done. Hit the 1 pin over into the 10. He did it once before with the 1, 2, 7, 10. And he does it again. He's a master of the trick shot. Watch it again. Just move your feet a few boards to the right. Let that ball drift to the Brooklyn side. That's how it's done. All right. He did lose a few pins in count, though, on that first ball. And there's a strike by Andrew Lindsay. Just to remind Noah of who he's bowling. Here's a close look from the side at Andrew Lindsay. You see how he gets his hand under the ball in his setup. Big long slide. Love that side angle. All right. The double would be big here. And he puts the heat back on Noah. Watch it again. Boy, this was a good one. Fits it nicely in the pocket. Watch the 4-pin slap out the 7. All right. That's got to be a little intimidation factor for Noah. But as I mentioned earlier in the handicap matches, he's been resilient. Coming back, whenever he got into trouble, he'd throw a solid strike like that. Look at him fidget. That's just nerves right there. That was an awfully good shot, though. See if he can put another one right behind it here. He could sure use one here in the 7th. And he gets the wall shot. What a time for that. He's having a hard time getting the ball to face up on the left lane, but he's only got to play one more frame on this lane. He won't finish on it. Look at this. The 4, 5, and 7 last to go. Thank you very much. Game on. And Andrew finds the 7-pin a little too stubborn this time. We've got us a match now. Oh boy. We have never seen the final showdown come down to the final balls before, but it could here. Oh, it almost certainly will now. Andrew Lindsay whiffs the 7-pin, and now Noah Dupre takes the lead sitting on the bench. I think in the news business they'd say, we have a developing story. Do we ever? I think Andrew's going to stop and collect his thoughts. He needs to put some positive ones up there in that noggin of his. What is this? Oh my goodness, what is this? The 1, 3, 8, 9, 10? I don't think we've ever seen this on Prodigy, and I guarantee you he doesn't practice this. The only way I know to make it is to knock the 1 pin into the 8 and then hope that the ball will keep hooking into the 10. The 3 will get the 9. Boy, there's a lot of ways to miss this. And there's one of them. And all of a sudden, Noah Dupre has a 17-pin lead. Are we going to end the 10th season of Prodigy Bowlers Tour with the upset of the decade? Oh man, that was a good ball. That would have been a big strike. Would have moved him out to a 27-pin lead with 2 frames left. He covers the spare. I'll tell you what, Noah may have been a little nervous when this match started, and understandably so. But he has collected himself, and he could win this thing. Oh, another wall shot, but just didn't quite get the 7 out. But he still has the lead. Has an easy spare to shoot. And he's been making these all day. Mark it down. So now Noah will sit down and watch Andrew Lindsay finish out. This is why Noah decided to finish last, so he'd know what he needs. Andrew Lindsay trailing by 15 as he gets up in the 9th frame. He shows him how the light shaker works. Having a little extra ball speed might help on that. Here he is from the side. That is picture perfect. That's how you scatter them. But now, I won't say it's a must-strike situation, but if he doesn't strike here, it's going to be tough for him to win. But he gets the strike in the 10th. That pulls him to within 5 of Noah, and that forces Noah to mark in the 10th. Watch it again. Right by his ankle. He is so well practiced. He just threw his 2 best shots of the day. But now this one would give him the lead and would force Noah to double in the 10th. And he shreds the rack. And I don't know if you noticed in the lower right corner of the screen, but Noah was applauding that one. And actually, they've been applauding each other throughout this match. Here it is again. We might look back at this as the winning ball. We'll have to wait and see. But he needs 5 pins on this ball to force Noah to double. And there's 9. So a 195 in the final showdown for Andrew Lindsay. The job is right in front of him. Noah needs a strike on this ball and the next ball and a little bit of count on the fill, and he'll be taking home the coveted trophy pin. Oh, a good shot, but he leaves the 4. And Andrew Lindsay wins the final showdown. He is the Prodigy TOC champion in 2026. This was an awfully good pass at it. Noah Dupre, who's been good all day, throwing them when he needed them. That didn't miss by much. Boy, I tell you what, he's going to finish 190 or so. There's the spare, yeah, strike to fill up 190. That's as close as we've come to an upset in the final showdown, and it came down to the final balls in the 10th frame. One of these days, one of these handicap bowlers is going to pull off the upset and win the coveted trophy pin, and I would love to see it. Not that I root for or against anyone, but it's going to be a 188 for Noah. A valiant, valiant effort, but it's Andrew Lindsay who takes the pin. We will be back to visit with them and present them with their awards when we return to the Prodigy TOC right after this.
This is the Stars Sapphire, a gem of hypnotic beauty. Now, Brunswick captures that same deep sapphire glow in a beautiful new bowling ball, the Brunswick Crown Jewel. Every movement brings out new mystery and beauty. A unique material gives you a firmer grip, a new promise of scoring accuracy. And its lasting luster will look new for years in your choice of glowing ruby red, iridescent black pearl, or shimmering sapphire blue. To own the new Crown Jewel is a permanent satisfaction. A prized possession you'll treasure for life. Made only by Brunswick, the #1 name in bowling.
Step into fun
Learn to bowl free.
The fast and easy Brunswick way. Sign up at your favorite lanes today.
Bowling, America's favorite family pastime, because it's a pastime the entire family can enjoy. No matter how old or young, bowling is the perfect sport. It's healthy, it's relaxing, but most of all, it's just plain fun. And now, no matter who you are or how well you bowl, oh well, better luck next time. As we said, no matter, you still get fun, plus a free ticket to the movies. Bowling with a bonus. Yes, now for every 3 lines of open bowling at participating member lanes, you get a ticket to the movies absolutely free. This ticket, along with 1 paid adult admission, is good for 1 free admission to participating theaters on Mondays or Tuesdays. So now, when you participate in America's favorite family pastime, you get free tickets to America's other family favorite, the movies. Bowling with a bonus. Bowl 3, see a movie free. Get the family and friends together and get in on the greatest deal going. With every 3 lines of open bowling at participating member lanes, get bowling with a bonus. Bowl 3, see a movie free. Go on strike for double the fun.
So that closes the book on the 2026 Prodigy Toc. In the handicap division, Noah Dupre comes out of the wild card round as the 6th qualifier to become the sole survivor. And from there, he ran the stepladder, winning all 4 matches, making him the champion of the handicap division. And over in the scratch division, Eli Clinklin came through the wild card round, also as the 6th qualifier, to become the sole survivor. But Eli's race to the top in defense of his Prodigy Toc title ran into a crafty left-hander in Andrew Lindsay, who ended Eli's dreams of becoming the first 2-time champion of the Prodigy Toc. Andrew then went on to defeat Eli Nathan and Nicholas Sharp to become the champion in the scratch division. Then in the final showdown, Andrew nearly gave it all away with opens in the 3rd, 7th, and 8th frames. But when Noah couldn't put him away, Andrew seized the opportunity and put on a strong finish, forcing Noah to double in the 10th, and Noah just couldn't quite pull it off. But if Noah goes back and watches this, he might point to that whiffed 10 pin in the very first frame. After all, the match was decided by less than a mark. It was a thrilling finish in which the handicap division winner made a real match of it. But the champion of champions is Andrew Lindsay. It's time to get you down to the lanes for the awards presentations.
Was that exciting enough for you?
Yeah.
This was the closest final showdown we've had since this tournament began. Noah Dupre, you had a heck of a day, winning all 4 matches in your stepladder to win the handicap division, which makes you the recipient of the Hunter Moffett Award in 2026. Congratulations. You will also receive a SMART scholarship of $393.75, just the way the money fell this time. And Andrew Lindsay, when I first started coaching at this bowling center 4 years ago, this is the first guy that came up to me and said, I've been watching your show since it started in 2016. You won the scratch division, beating a tough opponent who shot .835 in qualifying today, and a 300 game. And by winning the final showdown against Noah, you are the recipient of this year's coveted trophy pin and $481.25. Andrew Lindsay, You want to say anything to your adoring fans?
Man, I don't even have a signature on this.
He doesn't. He hasn't won a thing all year.
This was
But
amazing. Yeah.
He got in because he was in the top 20 in the Division I point list. Interestingly, last year, Eli Klinkland got in the same way on the point list. But it doesn't matter now.
Yep.
You get the pin and all the signatures on it. The Charles Bostic Award. You've got the Hunter Moffitt Award. And that's it for Season 10 of Prodigy Bowlers Tour. Way to go.
Do you have the Sharpie so I can add my name?
Huh?
Do you have the Sharpie so I can add my name?
You want what?
Have the Sharpie so I can add my name.
Oh, he wants to sign it.
Have your name on it.
It doesn't have my name on it either.
My high school coach is here.
You still want to sign the pen?
Yeah.
We'll let you do that. You can sign it. You can throw it in the lake. You can do anything you want with it. It's yours. Are you going to Junior Gold?
Yes, I am going to.
So this will be your next to last youth bowling tournament, I guess. Well, it's a good way to go out.
Yeah, good way to go out. About, 8 years of bowling this tournament. I got a pin out of it.
Congratulations, my friend.
Thank you.
Before we go, I want to thank all the people who assisted me in hauling the video equipment into and out of the bowling centers throughout the season. Their names have appeared in the closing credits at the end of all of our episodes as production assistants. I couldn't do this without their help, so thanks again, guys. Thanks to Adam Crouch for his assistance and friendship. A special thanks goes out to Lee Miller and his team at the Kansas City Open for putting on a world-class event each month and for their help and support. If you want to bowl on Prodigy, get entered in the Kansas City Open this fall. For information on how to do it, go to their website at www.kansascityopen.com. The 2026-27 schedule is already posted online. Last but not least, big thanks to Eric Maxwell and his staff at Olathe Lanes East, including youth coordinator Susan Lowe. Eric does things that might go unnoticed to the rest of you, but I know the Prodigy TOC runs like a well-oiled machine, largely because of what he does. So big thanks to Eric Maxwell and to Susan Lowe for her follow-up after the tournament, and for allowing me to coach the kids in her amazing youth program here at Olathe Lanes East. We're off for the rest of the summer, but we'll be back to cover the Kansas City Open once again this fall. Look for episode 218 to drop in mid-September. Until then, this is Coach Randy reminding you to stay behind the foul line and keep kicking out the corner pins, not the foul lights and ball returns. And I'll talk to you once again in September on Prodigy Bowlers Tour.